Hello, 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 hello out there. How's everybody doing? What's happening, Louise?
Hey, how's it going? I feel
How you holding
like,
up? How's your energy level today?
I'm like, oh, good. I had a good night's sleep.
Well, I had a good night's sleep too. Got 8 hours, believe it or not. Did not leave
Nice.
at 3 in the morning. So, hey,
Ah,
everybody. Welcome to Creative Quarantine. We have been on it. This is
day six. Day
day
six. We're
6 of
rocking.
31, y'all. Day 6 of
Woo! I tell you,
31. That's some landmark action right there. But at least we're almost at 1 week.
we're almost
That's
at
it.
1 week, and then we carry it over.
We're going to carry it over. We want to thank you all for tuning in. We've had a nice little group of people that's been watching, and the word is spreading. Well, you can help us out by spreading the word even more to any artists or creatives you know that could benefit from what we are trying to do here on the show.
Definitely, and share it when we're on the air. Share.
The premise of this show is artists in a partial lockdown to create artwork for a 30-day period. And so everybody's, although we are now virtually doing this, everybody's in their studios and they've been working pretty much since we started this 6 days ago.
I know.
And this is real, y'all. We see when we did this, planned this originally, it was supposed to happen in one location. Traditionally, a quarantine happens in one location. The artists all meet in that location. They work together in that location. They all have separate housing, but they get a chance to interact with each other in the same space. This is totally different because, see, artists don't have to explain what they're doing in isolation with each other. So the fact that we decided to do this virtually means that we are also charged with the task of actually trying to articulate to you what we're doing. And that adds another whole dimension to
Right. The question I've been getting, Pancho, and have you answered on air? A lot of times I'm getting questions from people when I talk about creative quarantine, and they were like, oh, so you guys are doing this because of COVID. And it's like, no, we're not doing it because of COVID. So explain that a little bit more, because you've been doing this for a number of years.
Yeah, the term creative quarantine was coined by my co-founder Charles Bibbs and myself back in 2006. 2006. So, yes, but art has been quarantined long before the COVID-19 circumstance. So, yeah, of course, the people will see a similarity and try to cross those two ideas together. But this is a actual concept that was conceptualized back in 2006.
Mhm.
And so with that, we've probably done maybe five or six quarantines. Some of them, all of them were different from a weekend quarantine to we've done another virtual that wasn't covered quite like this one is,
Mhm.
where artists were in different locations working. So we've tried a couple of different ways of doing it and hope to continue doing this. So, whoo, Lord Jesus. I'm going to start off the whole situation today, and then we're going to let. I believe that Louise might be coming up earlier today too. So,
Coming up early. I tell you, we just have to be ready for whatever.
well, we're going to start it off. I got. Well, we all live in real lives here, so I'm going to show you
There
a
you
little bit
go.
of what my life was about this morning. Whoo, Lord Jesus! Here we go. Well, starting the morning off with a little workout. I'm not like the kind of person that exercises 5 days a week, but I do try to get at least a couple days a weekend, whether it be with my trainer or just around the before pants. And so once a week gives me a chance to kind of firm things up. And my trainer, Dana E. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Pray for me. Well, you put the little clip of the time lapse on there, so I thought you wanted me to stop playing my exercise little routine.
No, I put the time lapse on there to show why you need your exercise routine. The speedy little
Live TV, y'all, live TV.
no,
But in any event, now what's next? You got to fill that time up. No, I'm just kidding.
no. I put that on there. See, I was playing around with it. See, you weren't even supposed to be coming back. See,
It's all good in the neighborhood. That's what happens with live TV, y'all. Live TV. So
we were trying to, doing intermittent things, and we're gonna keep working out. They had to see. I chose to put that on there so it show your little speedy butt running around.
Hey, I got to get some exercise in every now and then. Let me see what we got for you.
That's why I put it in there.
Because I had a lot of ideas hit me that I wanted to do, and I just need to sort out my thoughts. One of the problems that I'm having is that typically when I'm doing the quarantine, I have a sketchbook running, and I have not employed my sketchbook yet. So that's something I need to do in the next day or two, is to get the sketchbook out, because what the sketchbook does, it allows me to start putting down concepts. My math series is growing. I think I'm up to 6. I wanted to do 10. I'm already still mapping out some of the projects I want to work on. We're getting into collaboration phase now, so I'm trying to pull supplies to send to different artists so they can have a chance to participate in that. It's best for us to mail that stuff now so it can be in the queue for when people are beginning to work, because as this thing moves on, folks are going to become more and more focused on what they want to do and probably have different time allotments. So far, things are moving smoothly. Artists are going through all kinds of challenges. This whole online thing is no joke. Trying to broadcast every day is no joke. It's not for everybody. I encourage all artists to grab the bull by the horns and really check this whole thing out and see what it's about, because I really feel like the way the trends are moving and the way the world is moving, that we're going to be doing more and more things isolated, and we're going to need to reach out, be able to articulate, talk to people, explain our concepts and what we're trying to do. I'm a firm believer in this. So each artist is being really tested in that way. They thought they were just going to be in a room together painting for a month and talking to one another and exchanging ideas amongst themselves in an art environment. Well, when we had to go virtual, it changed everything. And so we said, well, why don't we open it up to the public, right? Why can't we still connect virtually? And I think if you watch the show at any point, you've seen us collaborating. It's nothing like having 2 or 3 artists on the screen at one time, and they work in. People are still trying to work their way through. They're sharing their ideas. I think that as we get more and more into the 30 days, you're going to see artists doing more and more of that. I'm encouraging artists to do that. I'm encouraging the people that are watching to ask more questions, because we have the following of watching the show is starting to change. And I think it's going to be something really, really nice. So we're on day 5, going on day 6. Woo, what a day. Tomorrow I have to do some working out. I try to work out at least once or twice a week just to keep myself together. And I've been going to bed 2:30, 3 o'clock. Tonight I think I'm going to turn in a little early just because I can. And tomorrow I'll take advantage of my exercise. On the subject of paper, I have been blessed to have inherited tons of hand-painted paper by my dad. When I started doing quarantines in 2006, he saw some of the ways and backgrounds I was using on my work. He was pretty intrigued by it, and he spent a lot of his time making paper. When I say making paper, he was a printing teacher, so making
moire patterns and using cellophane wrap to make patterns. He really got into it. So I recently, over the years, my dad passed in 2011. I still have this paper. And then when he passed, I inherited, I kid you not, about 500 pieces of paper that has paint of some kind. So I use them a lot for collaborations. I'll show you a sample of some of the collaborations that me and LaShawn and some other artists have done. And so I'm going to show you some of my paper. Are you ready? Okay, so I had taken the time to divide these into different groupings. You got this group, which is my favorite. You got this group, which is a good collaboration paper. And let me make another stack here because you can see as I start creating, my table is about 40 by 60 inches. But I have a lot of stuff on my table. Then there's this stack. That's another stack. Here's this stack. There's this is another grouping. No, this one is some of the ones I have not gone through yet. These are another stack. These are another stack. So you can see I got quite a few little snippets of paper. Now, this is not all of it. Here's some more. So I'll try to, there's another stack sitting off camera. So I could probably come in here and do this to the grouping because this whole stack, you see how thick it is? I'm going to show you what I got. This whole stack is just paper that's been coated with brown gesso or black gesso. All kinds of paper, acid-free paper. Remember, my dad was a printer, so I got a lot of different types of paper here. Great weight. This is almost like cardboard weight, pretty much. Okay, so that's about over 100 sheets. Okay, so then I got this stack. This stack right here represents pieces that have watercolor or colors blended. All right, so have a sheet like that. Some of my favorites. But again, you got real subtle stuff like that there. And so this is a specific stack. This stack here is a good stack for collaborations, and I'll talk to you about that later. We got this stack, which is palette knife smudged paper. And really nice colors. You got just really nice colors. If you were looking for variation, if you're looking for some things to start a dead brain off on, this is the stack. So I might send this whole section is because I'm planning to send some paper to my artists for collaboration. So collaboration, let me know. This is my favorite stack, and this is one I'm going to probably do a series on. This is my moire pattern paper, and this is really made by Relief. You add alcohol to acrylic, and it makes these moire patterns. You see this a lot in my work. Prime sheet of moire paper. So this is a whole stack. Look how thick this stack is. That's about 100 and something sheets of paper, but if you look through that, it's got all kinds of reds, multicolors, blacks, purples, greens, blues. So I love this paper. This is my favorite of the group, the Moray paper. All right. You got this paper. You ever seen that spatter paint that comes in the aerosol can? My dad actually made some spatter paint group. It's just him doing experiments on stuff. So what I like about this paper is that I can grab any one of these stacks of paper and experiment beyond. Look at this. This is close to 300 sheets of paper. Okay, maybe 300, because this is a decent weight. But I can't even show you this in one step. So this paper here, he's laid cellophane paper on top of the paper and just squeezed ink underneath of to get this funky little pattern. These make great collaboration pages. So I'm going to be sending some of my friends that. Here's some more continuation. He just did tons of this stuff. Sometimes you can look at these. I like these because you get a good starting point. And you just see patterns. You see figures that might fit in there. So there's tons of this paper. Literally 300 sheets of this paper. All right, so then there's this in-between paper that's done mixed media. It might be spatter paint and moire washes, but some of this stuff makes really nice patterns. So what I'll do is I'll hand select a couple of these sheets and get to some of the other artists so they can do collaborations. That's a lot. And look, that's not even all of it. There's another 500 sheets from 300 sheets of this paper that I still haven't gone through yet. So this is my last stack to sort. I've been kind of sorting them by pattern. But as you can see, there's tons and tons of space for me to do pieces on a collaboration tip. So artists that are doing collaborations, I will probably send you 3 or 4 or 5 sheets of paper. I'll do some input on some, you do some input on some. Let's do some collaborations. So now I want to take some time and show you some of the collaborations that have been done on this kind of paper. I need to move these out of the way first. Oh, I forgot one grouping, and this is the spray painting group. So maybe I can get a couple of these to my main man, Ryan Murray. And then this is a stack of pieces that my dad either completed or half completed or has sketches on. And some of these I plan to finish up and collaborate on. Okay. This is a special group here because I get to grieve and do some other special things with that stack of paper. So I'm going to get some of this paper out the way so you can see what we got. Trying to keep them separate so I can know what to do in the morning. That is one hell of a stack of paper. And this is the wash group that makes good paper too for collaborations. So again, these are other pieces that I have taken the time to coat. I'm going to get another round of these started tomorrow. These are some of the pieces that I've got coated and done some light patterning on. And I'll show you some details to some of these later. But for right now, since we're on the subject of collaboration, let me pull out 1 or 2 of them so you can see what they look like. along the way, I have these books. These are storage books that I keep that have my originals in them. I talked about my dad earlier, so I'll show you a few pieces from his book. These are some of his small originals that I still haven't put in the right place. I try to keep this stuff very organized, but as you can see, and I'm not, I sure this plastic is not going to help. I might need to try another way to show you some of these originals. But anyway, what I'm going to do is, maybe if I tilt it, yeah, that's better. I have to tilt it. Let me see if I can get it. A stack of paper underneath of one of these things. Let's see, what can I do that with? Can I do that with this? Is that good to the camera? Yeah. Okay. So this allows me just to show you, without reflection, some of the original pieces that my dad has done using that same paper. These are pieces that I sell. These are not estate pieces. But as you can see, he used these wisely. Paint splashes. He does some collage and hand painting on some of these. It's one of my favorites. Try to keep the reflections down. This whole book is of my dad's originals. So as you can see, you get full mileage out of that paper. It has been around for years. It has a bit of my dad's spirit in it. He worked very graphically. He liked palette knife, African subjects. You will see a lot of my influence in his new works. Right, so that's one book for dad's stuff. Now, here are a couple of my pieces. And some of these have plastic on them, so I'll probably do the same thing. But this is a storage booklet portfolio of my original work. So let me see if I can find a better way to prop this. See if I can use my bars back here. Put this down on the bottom. Move that. That's not doing the job. Is that too high? Too much of an angle? Yes, too much of an angle. So, let's see. Let me determine what angle is high enough. Okay, well, these all have plastic on them, so I want to show you some collaborations. This one is done by me and Karen Buster. This one is also done by me and Karen Buster. So she did her figure in that area, and I came through and did these. In this case, she's got a figure in here, and I did those figures right there, hers. I'm trying to keep the reflections off so you want to see that, but that's her work, and then I did the work around it. So collaborations are excellent ways for artists to feel each other and work closer together. This is, really sorry about these reflections, but I'm going to try to show you the best way that I can without the reflections. How's that? So I'm just going to flip through this one so you can see some of the originals. These are all Karen Buster and Larry Pancho Brown collaborations using that same paper. These are LaShawn Beal and Larry Pancho Brown pieces. See if I can get the glaze off of there. More of my work. They're still on the same paper, different styles for different things. This is a collaboration with me and Charles Bibbs. That one I can take out of the sheet because it doesn't have any plastic on it, but that's a nice piece. So these pieces right here are history, because how often do you get a chance to see a piece with two nationally renowned artists' signatures? It's my signature there. I did this figure over here. This was Charles' signature here. He did this figure in here with fish. And I went back and did the circle motifs. And that's what I like about collaborations, is that you get a chance to play with each other's creative abilities. So this is just a storage booklet. So this is the stuff that's for sale that I send to museums, galleries, gallerists, personal collectors. These are two collaborations by myself and LaShawn Beal. More work of mine, trying to keep the glare off as much as I can. I do a lot of ink and watercolor pieces. So you'll see me do some these are spontaneous ink pieces. And you can just see me do one of these before the quarantine is over. This is a collaboration with me and a guy named Dion J, well-known artist in the region. This is me and Karen Buster again. And me and the great Charles Bibbs. Again, this is another collaboration between me and him. He did the side profile face. I did the other face. I did this hand and that hand, and Charles did that hand. His signature, my signature. So as you can see, I've held on to a couple of Charles's because Charles Bibbs and I have probably done the most collaborations together. I know we must have done over 20. And these are some pencil drawings of mine. This is my storage book for when I get ready to frame things for shows. This is also a collaboration between me and Charles Bibbs. And this was in plastic, so it kind of, I did the face and he did all the decorations on it. Another piece of mine, this is a watercolor right there. Let's see if I can get that. It's a watercolor of 3 different studies connected. It's a pencil drawing. So as you can see, we get plenty of mileage from that paper. I've done literally hundreds of pieces, and we have hundreds more of that paper. This is one of my dad's pieces. I need to put this back in his folder. And this is a piece that I did, just got back from a gallery of a pencil drawing that's done on top of that same paper. So you can see, get nice little nuances and subtleties. I love this paper. This is where I'm at. This is why that stack is so mad. This book right here, another storage book for me. So you get to see that Pancho ain't playing. What does he do with all that quarantine work? It is housed and sold. This is a collaboration with me and Charles. I did the female, he did the male on the outside. As a matter of fact, I left this drawing of a female with him because his wife wouldn't let him do nudes. And he secretly drew that figure around it and gave it back to me. And I still have it. But this is a crayon release. I do a white crayon on white paper, and then I go back with watercolor, and then all the white remains white. Try that. It's a nice experiment. Line drawings, ink. These are moire pattern paper with figures on top. That's a series called Origins. Did a few abstracts with that same paper, cutting it into shapes, and you see the colorations on them is very, very nice. These are some figures that I did. I love working this 8.5 by 11 size. I find it's a good size for customers. It's a good size for framers. I had a client ask me to do Obama logos, so I used that same treatment on these pieces. He bought, I did 3, he bought 1. This is done with fabric. This is more of that same paper. So those are my storage books. I have to keep these full to stay in business. Now that you have seen that, you have a better understanding of the paper collection that I got. That's right, the paper collection. I did inherit over 800 sheets of paper. And I plan in this lifetime to use it all. As you can see, I do not have a shortage of supplies. This is my white paper only shelf. That's a joke. I found that sign in a printing shop. This whole top container is mostly paper. Give you a table view. Look, I showed you my paper collection and my storage books, but that is a standard size of 500 paper. And this is the stack of pre-painted papers that my dad left me. Wow. Tell me I ain't blessed. Now, you see all that stuff in the background? Those are things I intend to paint for the quarantine that I've bought from secondhand stores. And I'm going to take you to one of my favorite spots called Second Chances here in Baltimore. I bought that huge plate for $29. I bought that wonderful vase for about $25. I bought those plates back there, ceramic plates, for about, well, you get the trend. And so I'm going to be painting on a lot of that stuff. So paint is not something that I have a shortage of, but that's it. I use a lot of mediums, so I try a lot of mediums. Brushes, Lord have mercy. Do I need brushes? I have brushes all back there. All those white things are journals. Sometimes I draw on. I even have in the back, because you know I taught painting classes, so I have a whole collection of brushes back here. I have more brushes than one artist could manage. This is my, outside of those hats that I put in here to paint, this is my paint drawer. And I want to end up going in this paint drawer to determine this side is my warms and my reds, this side is my purples, my blues, back there is my greens. Those caps are what I use to mix paint in. So my plan is to really get into my paint drawer, see what I need before I go to my $500 shopping center. This drawer here is mostly mediums and tops. Those are my Liquitex jars. I use those too. Lots of palettes. And I think those are my neutrals and my browns and blacks and whites in that section there. So this right here is mostly big goo gobs of acrylic. So that's I got a lot of paint. And then when I go through my paint review, I'll take the time and just see what's dried up. Like this Yes paste, I know it's got to be dried up. I want to have a whole day where I sit down with my paint before I go visiting my store for my shopping spree. And this section over here is mostly sprays, adhesive, cans, tape, transfer paper, rubber stamps, ink, canned air, cut paper, Mod Podge, aerosol cans, sponges. There's a stack of canvases and things to put on canvas. I have arbitrary canvases laying around the whole studio. I'm going to take you to one other area in here so you can give you an idea of what I'm dealing with. So when I do my shopping spree, I don't need any canvas. I don't need any boards. I don't need panels. We're in the back of my studio where I store all of my prints. So this is rarely seen by anyone. And as you can see, I'm very anal about space. So from ceiling to floor are boxes of prints, all box numbered. I got more paint up there, tubes, prints. It gets a little rough when I get down here. Those are all printed materials. All of my mini prints boxed, my empty boxes for shipping. This is my monster shelf that has everything. Boxes, it has easels, bigger, my larger prints, and miscellaneous. And over on that side, we'll have to show you that another time. But this is what I want you to see. I have literally a tower of canvas starting from that box all the way to the floor. And the box under the bottom also has 16 by 20 stretch canvases. You might say, Pancho, why do you need all that kind of canvas? Well, remember, I was doing paint parties that had anywhere from 25 people up to 60 people. So we needed a lot of canvas. And then when COVID hit, you can see how much chaos is happening in the studio, but a lot of creativity is going on as well. So that's my tour of my paper, my supplies, my paint, and I can't leave you without at least one partial show and tell. These are 3 more masks that I've added to my series, and I will be giving you more detail on those pieces later on. You know, today I had a little experience where I was busy trying to find paper to give to artists to do collaborations. And I pulled my paper out that my dad left me. And it was kind of moving because it was a note in the paper that showed him as he was getting ready to do the few shows he was doing. And I got a chance to really sit down and go, wow, you know, so how something as minimal as being able to have a stack of his paper for other artists and myself to work on. It's been so magical for me because, you know, my dad was a teenage parent. He had me when he was 16, 17 years old. And he had to give up his dream of being an artist just to take care of the family. And, you know, yes, there were times when I felt like my dad didn't connect with me. And he didn't because I think that my father was so frustrated being born in 1945 that there were no opportunities for artists really coming through those years, even up to when I got into the business. Okay, so, you know, his son was able to pick up the baton and find a path that he probably never could have found. And so just that whole thing, he died in 2011, suddenly I go for stroke. And me sitting here trying to do this quarantine and regulate my health because I'm in my 3rd year of cancer. And I have to kind of watch what I eat, watch what I do. And I've been doing a very good job of that. So it's been a very reflective day as I begin to start to raise the bar on my creativity level. Worked on a couple things now and I got some things working in the background. So that's going to help me gain some momentum, which is all I'm trying to do. Not trying to race, not trying to do a quantity count either. But I think I've done other quarantines and I kind of know where to press myself. I'm pressing myself now on learning more about texture and just relaxing. I'm working off my imagination, not many sources right now. I'm not saying that that's going to be the way it's going to be through the whole quarantine. But for right now, I have so many ideas that I can implement that don't require me to use that. I want to do some digital work. So day 5, going on day 6, think that this is a good spot for me just to go and lay my behind down.
Well, hello, hello, hello. I hope you guys enjoyed that presentation. We are getting ready for Miss Louise Cutler, who will be coming up and doing her presentation for the day. I know she's got 4 cameras on and looking like she's not ready to go yet, but we're going to add her to the stream.
Hey,
How you doing?
pretty good, pretty good. I'm just getting this hooked up because while we're doing that, I'm going to time lapse it too. I'm just going to create a time lapse in the process. I was trying to hook it up to my I have another little device over here that, of course, one of my children.
You know, the kids get blamed for a lot of stuff.
One of my children bought me. Oh no, my kids are beautifully they're wonderful. They buy me all of these cool little gadgets. All these cool little gadgets so that mommy can do her thing. And so I figure while I'm doing it, I do a time lapse video. So I'm going to use this one to record the time lapse part of it. Let me lift that up a little bit. So that's the awesome part of having all of these little handy gadgets around. Let me turn that around really quick. And so I'm going to actually be time lapsing as I work on this, and then you guys will get to see what I'm doing. This particular piece right here that's on here, I'm going to lean it down so you can see it, and I'll talk to you a little bit about it. Let me turn it down so you guys can see it. There we go. This particular piece I worked on earlier today, and I'll show you the time lapse. I was trying to prep it for you, but I didn't get a chance to post it. So I'll post it, and Pancho will show it a little later. Let me turn it around for you. So this particular piece I did today, and here I'm going to gild. That's why there's no color, but I am going to paint her. I'm going to paint the bowl that she's carrying, and then these are her hands. And so I'm going to gild all of this. And one of the things before I do my gilding, one of the things I have to do is, I'll show you, is I have to, and I think I showed you guys yesterday, I have to put down, this right here is all a base coat. I put down a base coat first before I gild. And then on top of that base coat, I put a size. So it's really tacky right now. And that's basically what I want. So I did all of the, I put down all of the size earlier. So we're going to actually do some gilding, but I want to show you a couple of things that I use. So this right here is a gilding brush. And so I use it. You can see it's really light, but I mostly use this when I'm using like a 23 karat gold or something like that. I don't use this gilding brush that often unless I'm using like one of the precious metals. So I'll use this with 23 karat gold, and sometimes I'll use it with a white gold, but not so much with the Dutch metals because I don't have to use them with Dutch metals. And then I use this because you have to do varnishing. So this is my varnishing brush. I use this and so and I really like this. This is my varnishing brush. I've had this brush for a number of years, so I use that for varnishing. There's actually metal leaf falling off of it as I speak. So with this guy, what I'm going to do, and I'm dropping stuff on his garment, I'm actually going to do a blue variegated metal. And what I want to show you right here, so you can see, I have a lot. I have I have a lot of metal, different metals, and I buy them from different places. And I order most of it online. So I order most of it online. If you've bought metal leaf, you've probably seen it in here, because this is probably one of the more prominent metal leaf places that sell. I buy mine from LA Gold. I shop LA Gold for it, but I also still buy some stuff out of the stores if I can find what I'm looking for, because I look more for, it's a starburst pattern, and you can't find it. You used to be able to find it in the stores, but not so much now. Over here is where I have a lot of my 23 karat gold. I don't go past 23 carats. I used to do some 21 carats, but it's very, very yellow. And so that's what they're a lot smaller. The squares are a lot smaller. The 23 karat golds are a lot smaller. The white golds are a lot smaller. So the squares, you're not going to get these gigantic squares when you start using the 23 karat gold and the white gold. The squares are a lot smaller. And I use this box. This is where I pretty much store a lot of my metals when I'm not using them. There's some more 23 karat gold. So I store them in here when I'm not using them. And then these are the packets I get from LA Gold. So I get the variegated packets. So I really like these. And then sometimes I'll buy things off of Amazon big when I'm looking for just large packets, because I'm doing a lot. This right here is what the Starburst looks like. I love these. And so I find these in different places. I ruined this pack because it's stuck there, but I'm probably going to use this for that. But I'm actually going to be using more of a blue, because I like using blue. That's why I use that color on his pants. Because I like using the variegated blue with that particular color. And I'm actually going to color his pants in some more after, not before. I'm going to color his pants in some more after. And the other thing I like doing is when I'm working with those. So these, like I said, I have boxes and boxes of these, boxes and boxes. And that's not the end of it. And then I use these little foil containers, because I just like having these little foil containers, because they really help me kind of sort things out. Like this right here, this is a variegated, those are so beautiful. Thank you for, so these right here this is a Dutch metal. So that's different from the 23 karat gold. So I'm actually going to be using this particular pattern. I like finding different patterns. So I'm actually going to be using this particular pattern on his garment. As you can see, you see that? So I'm going to use this particular pattern on his garment. And so here's another pattern. This is a very interesting pattern too. Look at that pattern. So like I said, I like buying different patterns, and you can't find these in stores. You definitely have to, if you're looking for different kinds of patterns when you do metal leafing, you're not going to find these patterns in stores. You're going to have to order them from a company, and that's what I do. I order a lot of my metal leaf from a particular company, and one of the companies that I do order from is called LA Gold. You can find some of the plainer things in some of like Michael's or Hobby Lobby, but one of the things I've found is that I used to get these for a lot less, but now places like Michael's and Hobby Lobby have just gotten incredibly expensive. And not saying that these aren't expensive, but those kind of stores. Here's another fun one. Look at this. Look at that. Isn't that a fun one? Look at that. Here, let me turn it that way so you can really see it. Look at that. Isn't that fun? I love these patterns. So you'll see me using some of these patterns I have. I'm going to be working on one of my larger pieces coming up. Actually, I might do that pattern because that's a fun pattern. And so you can see I have tons and tons and tons of tons of metal leaf. And I have big, huge packets of it because I use the gold a lot. So the gold I have in really, really large packages. Here's another brush that I use when I'm using the gold leaf. This is another brush that I use. Um, so that's another brush that I use. And this is that other blue that I use. So I'm kind of debating. I might use that too. So I'm going to take these little pieces, and I like having these containers because I don't throw a lot of my metal leaf away. I put them in these containers, and if I have bits and pieces, I'll put the bits and pieces in the container because, and I'll show you, I have all kinds of containers, and these containers, if you look, it contains bits and pieces of different ones that I've used. And I like using, I have this brush too, because this brush it's a little harsh, but not incredibly harsh, but I like using it because it gives me a real nice, when I really need to scrub some of this stuff off, it gives me a really nice edge that I can kind of get things off the way I want them. So I might use that. I'm kind of debating on what it is or what colors I want to use. So, but this stuff floats around a lot. So normally when I'm doing leafing, I have metal leaf all over. So I normally do metal leafing when I'm done painting, then it's metal leafing. And so it's not mixing all of these different things all over the place. Normally if I'm metal leafing, I just metal leaf. I'm going to turn that off. I'm sorry about that. My phone's ringing. My phone is ringing. So there. And so normally I'm just metal leafing when I'm metal leafing because I didn't start my yet either. So, but we're going to get started, and I'm going to go ahead and start the because I didn't start the time lapse either because I didn't want to talk through it. I just want to work through the time lapse. So thanks guys for joining in and hanging out with me. You got like a body shot. So I'm going to turn you down so you can actually get artwork shots. So we're actually going to be metal leafing. I think I have 3 pieces, and then I'm also going to do one where I'm using the base coat. So I always use a base coat, and I like having that base coat down, especially when I'm using gold, because the gold just really, really breaks through. I love watching the gold break through, and you can see it is using metal leaf, it flies around a lot. So right now I'm trying to see which part of the pattern I want to use on here, because that's the key, is trying to find the part of the pattern that best works for what you want. And I see I don't really like that one. This one I like because I like that blue in there. But my favorite one would probably be this piece right here. But that's not enough to do this whole entire garment. So I'm going to go back to my original idea, and I'm going to use this one. And so, because I don't want to start not have enough for the garment that I'm using. So I'm going to go ahead and use this, and I'm just going to pull it off of here because these I can actually handle with my hands. The 23 karat gold, I cannot. It's like if you breathe, that stuff will just fly right out of your hands and right away, and you're catching it. And you could tell how thin this is. So the 23 karat gold is even worse. So with this one, I'm not so worried about it. And so I'm going to go ahead and just take a piece of it. And this one, I'm not, it's like, trust me, with the 23 karat gold, I use it very sparingly. I'm very cautious of how much I use, what goes down, what kind of loss I have, because I pay more money for it. So I'm just going to lay this down and rub it in. If this was a 23 karat gold, I'd slice it all a lot different. And just use just as much as I need when I'm using that. So, but I do, even with this, I make sure whatever it is that is left, I put that back in my container because I don't like wasting it. Like I said, I order this, so I don't like wasting any of it because I order it online, and so There we go. And then we have a little piece there. So I'm going to rub that in right there. There we go. So, and then I'm going to put this down here because that's what I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to rub this in here. And sometimes I'll go and get my little brush that I have here because it helps to bring off these. It helps to, I'll just take it and it'll take it off for me pretty well. And so I like using that. And then my varnishing brush is basically what kind of makes sure that it's all where it's supposed to be. And there we go. And now I'm just going to take off all the parts I don't need. So then I'm just going to use this brush because this is my little harder brush and just get into some of the areas that may have kind of stuck where I didn't want it to stick. And so there we go. And then with this, I'm going to come over here and tap it off. And there you go. That's all gilded. And I like the way it's gilded. And so, but it doesn't just stop there. It's like I like how that turned out. So I'm going to fold this back up because I don't like having all of these sitting here, especially if I'm painting on here. Because I don't like mixing my paint and my metal leaf, even though I have metal leaf. It seems like I have metal leaf everywhere. So now that I've done this, I'm going to go back in and you can see it attracted to some of the paint because that's what happened right here. That was some paint that probably was just mildly dry and not all the way dry. I'm going to go ahead and bring the screen up a little bit for you so that I forgot I can't do it from here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring the screen up, the full screen up for you because I can't do it from here because I just remembered I'm only in as a guest on that one. Oh, Punch it did it. Okay. So as you can see, right here, some of the actual paint was obviously thicker, and so it didn't dry all the way. But this particular kind of paint, acrylic, has a weird, sometimes it's a little weird. So I'm just going to pull this up and then I'm just going to repaint because you can see I'm taking the paint and the metal off. So that's where you see the white. So there we go. So you can see I'm taking the paint and the metal off of this area. There we go. And then you can see it attracted over here too. So I'm going to take that off too. And I'm only doing this because I'm working on this really interesting board. I've never worked on this board before with metal leaf. So it's really interesting how this board is working out because I've never worked on this board before. Normally I use watercolor paper and I love watercolor paper. I love working with watercolor paper. And this is fine because I wanted to touch up this particular part of this anyway. So I get to do that. I get to go in and touch up this particular part with this color. And I really like this color. So I'm going to go in and use this color and touch up this. So we're going to go in and just touch it up. And mind you, acrylic paint will paint right over the metal as well. So you don't necessarily have to go in and scrape it off because the acrylic paint will go right over it. But I also find that when I do it that way, it's like these little light areas, but I'll be able to go back over those little light areas too. And so I'd rather just scrape it off sometimes. And since I paint in water usually paint on watercolor paper, it's a lot easier to scrape through stuff. Because the watercolor paper, I can scrape on the watercolor paper, but it won't remove all of the color off of the watercolor paper because some of the colors penetrated through. Unlike this particular surface that is a hard surface. So this hard surface is a little different from watercolor paper. So with a hard surface, you're going to get a little bit of breakthrough in the actual surface area. So that's basically what I'm seeing with the white showing through. So, and then I'll come back in with some black because I like to, these pieces I do like to outline a bit when I do these pieces. So I'll be doing, I'm going to take that, there we go. So I do like to do a little bit of outlining. So I'll do a little bit of outlining with these pieces. So right now I'm just going to finish up here. Finish this up. And we're going to come up here because this is the opening of the sleeve that comes down from his hand here. And we're going to clean that up. And then we're going to come back over here, and then I'm able to put some more color in to where those white spots are that I just scraped off. And I can add more color until those white spots are gone. And that's the beauty of using acrylic paint, is that it does cover well. You can never say acrylic paint doesn't cover well, because it really, really does. So now that I've done that, I'm going to come back with some black paint. And normally I use a black ink, but on this particular paper, I use a black paint because the black ink doesn't work as well on this board. I do like the black ink, but it doesn't work well on this board. Doesn't work well on this board. So let's get some black. And this is a Mars black. So it's not like a black, it's not a deep, deep black. So, but we're going to get that. At least not to me, it's not a deep black. So I like a little deeper black. And right now I'm looking for my thinner brush. There it is. There it is. I kind of like this because it lets me, this brush lets me do a little bit more. So I'm going to just bring my sleeve up just a little bit. Move these colors out of the way so my water is just a little closer to me. And there we go. So, and I use quite a bit of water, but not too much because this board's a little different from what I usually use. And so the board is not as absorbent as the watercolor paper. So I don't want to make it too liquidy because then it'll just repel on this particular paper. And I don't want to do that. I don't want it to repel. So I'm going to go over here. So like I said, I like doing little bits of outline on these. I like to outline them. And so, and you saw me do some outlines yesterday on the, when I was doing this on just the regular, before I put in the base coat, you saw me do some outlining because when you put in the base coat, you need to know where everything goes. And if you don't know where everything goes, it will get lost in the base coat. So you saw me do a little bit of outlining when I put in the base coat. And so now you're going to see me doing a little bit more outlining right now.
So Louise, is that a painted background or is that just the natural color of the material?
It's just the natural color of the material. Because I don't like to, most of the time, even with my watercolor paper, I allow the watercolor paper to stay white. I never paint the back. And so that's why this is interesting because this isn't like my watercolor paper usually. And so it's interesting to use this because it's not watercolor paper. And so it'll be interesting to see how well this works with what I do. Because with the watercolor paper, I just leave the watercolor paper, the rest of it blank, because I like for my paper to kind of form on its own and do its own thing. But this is just the rest of the gesso board, which is interesting So we'll see. And you use watercolor paper, so you know it performs a lot different. So once I finish putting in all of the outlines of this, then I let it sit. And then anything that I need to erase, then I go back in and I erase things. Because I do like to erase things. And then like in here is something I'm going to correct because it overlapped my bowl. And I don't like things lapping my bowls. So I'll have to go back in and clean that up and take that overlap out because it overlapped the bowl a little bit. And who wants a bowl that's overlapped, right? And as you can see right now, I'm painting right on top of the metal leaf there. And I'll paint right on top of the metal leaf here. So and this, you can see, I got metal leaf on that particular bush, but I'll clean that up later. I'll clean that up later. There we go. And these are a lot of fun to do. Like I said earlier when I was doing one of my videos, I haven't done these in so long. They're just so much fun to get back to doing because I've been doing flowers. I've been doing flowers. And so being able to come back and do this has been a lot of fun because I haven't done these little people in a long time. So I'm going to go back in and clean these up, but I'm going to wait till this paint dries because I don't want to do it while the paint is still wet because things will stick and I don't want anything sticking to other things that I don't want them sticking to. If that's, I don't know how that sounds, but that's it. And I find that I'm not digging this color. So I'm probably going to go back in and change this color because I'm just not digging that color. There's just too much of that color down there. So I'm either going to change the color of his sleeves or just change the color of his pants. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and change the color of his his sleeve, inside his sleeve. And I'm going to do an orange because I'm not digging it. It's not working for me. So I'm going to go in and do some orange in there because these are just fun. And so I'm going to go in and change this to orange. I know after I did all of that work to get that, actually, I'm probably going to have to come in. Well, actually, I want to see what this looks like on top of this. Nope. So I don't like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in. Once this dries, I'm going to come back in and paint it a gray. And then I'll go back in and change that to an orange because I think I'm going to like that orange. Maybe. But it might clash with that. So who knows? I might do an aqua. But we'll come back to this one. So, but I want to turn it around and let you guys see it. And there we go. So that one's done. And well, it's not done, but it's done enough. So we're going to work on, I'm going to pull another one out. We're going to work on this guy.
Right well, here. We're going to probably pull you back in so we can see you work on that one. We got a couple of artists coming in the house, but you can go ahead and start on it for right now, and we'll just break after they log in.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and gild this one, and then I'll probably take a break. Only because
have you already treated that with the gild with the treat the
oh the this one I'm just gonna put a metal leaf on here.
Okay.
Because this one's already ready for a metal leaf. So I don't have to paint any of it. It's just going to get a copper. I'm going to do a copper metal on that one. And that's this, right? Is this the copper? Yeah, I'm just going to do copper pants on him. And that'll be really quick. It doesn't have to. I'm just going to lay some copper down, and then I will do his garment later. I'll do the upper part of his garment. So when I'm doing this, I only put the size on the part that I am going to gild, because if I put the size on all of this, then when I lay down the color, then when I lay down the metal leaf, it will adhere to anything that has the size on it. And so that's why I only put size on what I'm going to do metal leaf on at the time. So I never put size on anything other than what I'm about to metal leaf, because if you don't, then you'll have size everywhere. So I'll get and this is a small one. So once this is done, then I'll size the rest of it, and I'll add the color that's needed for that one. So this is just the pants, and I'm going to come up here because I put a little line in. You see that line showing through? So I put that little line in because that's the middle of the pants. So there we go. All right. All right. So that's how it works. And then I'll just do the outline of it.
Well, I will be doing some gilding before the week is out, hopefully. That's an old little thing we used to do on windows back in the day in banks when I was a sign painter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got Kathleen is in the studio.
Hey, Kathleen, how are you?
Hey there.
How are you doing?
I'm less anxious today than I was yesterday. My heart was beating so fast yesterday, I thought I was going to pass out. But
you
today,
held out. No, you hit it well because you look kind of cool.
You sure did. We couldn't tell, Kathleen, at all.
well, yeah.
Imagine by day 31.
I don't think I want to see any of you all by day 31. Just videos, Pancho. Just videos running the
I think that's
day.
when the jar is going to start filling up.
Well, I hope I'll be a lot calmer by day 31.
We're going to give you the floor, Kathleen, because I know you got time restrictions.
Yeah, so I was running into a little snafu with my neck piece. It's almost finished, but not quite. So I thought that I would today test out this paint on polymer clay. I bought this Genesis paint. It's a paint sample. So I didn't want to spend a whole lot of money on it. So I have these little tubes. And my colleague told me that I need to get paint thinner. So I bought this this paint thinner. It's not the Genesis paint thinner, but it's this one, which is odorless Mona Lisa odorless paint thinner. So I'm going to give this a test run today and see what this does. So I have this oxide yellow. It's really thick, this paint. And I've been saving baby food jars to do a project with, so I'm going to use some of those, although this one's like got stuff in it. Oh, it does. So I'm going to use these to thin out the paint. I don't know if I should put the thinner in first or the paint in first, but I'm going to put the thinner in first. Oops. Oh. Spilled all over. I'll put a little in all of these. I've had these jars for a while, so they've been collecting dust. Now, understand, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not a painter. I'm a polymer clayer. And I use the polymer clay on different kinds of ways. So this is a new experiment for me. I have a bunch of different brushes. My friend told me to get different styles of brushes. They have different shapes on them. So I got a few of these, and like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing. So I'm going to just start doing what occurs to me to do. Okay, so I have a little bit of this yellow oxide to squeeze into the paint thinner. And like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing, so I don't know how much to put in here or not. So this is the yellow. So Pancho, do you have any ideas? This is oil-based paint.
Well, unless you're planning on working in washes, the way you're doing it now is going to be a challenge. I would just take some paint and put on a little palette and use the paint kind of straight and thin it when you need to thin it, rather than pre-mixing it like that, because that's going to probably end up being like a wash.
Okay, well that might be okay. Let's see. Yep. Like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing. So
Ooh.
yeah, it is a wash.
Yeah.
But that's okay, I guess. If one wants a wash. But like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, this quarantine is about experimentation, so I'm just enjoying watching you jump in.
Well, that's what I'm doing, experimenting. Like I said, this is a whole new experience for me, this painting on clay. So this might be a short day. A short day for me because, like I said, this is just playtime. There's no finished product coming out of this today. Okay. So I poured out a bit of the paint thinner for this red. Then let's see what this does. Unfortunately, I think I didn't keep the lids to these jars. Oh, but I can top it with aluminum foil, I think.
Yeah, but that's oil, so you should be fine.
Oh, really? Okay. I have no idea. I'm not a painter.
You are today.
I am today. Okay, so oh, look at that. That was cute. Little splatters.
So Kathleen, when you put that in your to cure it, will the paint cure too?
Apparently, the Genesis paint is a heat set oils, is what the label says.
Cool.
Heat set oils. I guess that's why she told me to get Genesis and not just any oil paint. And it's not readily available at my local craft stores. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just I'm just playing. I don't know what to expect with this. So I'm just. Okay.
looks like you're having fun.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to think, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with this?
Well, we might be able to do a little collabo. If you can send me the black and a piece of your clay, I'll try to do something on it, and we can just do a collaboration, and I'll do some hand painting on it.
Send you the black what?
The black paint.
Oh, I don't know. I think there's not a black.
What is that dark color you just had?
There's blue, phthalo blue.
Okay.
This is dioxide purple.
Send me that one.
This one is viridian blue. And this one is green.
I'll take the purple one. So send me the purple one and a piece of material, and I'll see if I can paint something on it for you.
Huh.
That'll be our collaboration.
You want to see what the purple looks like?
I already know what it looks like. I'm familiar with that color. I use it a lot.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
Dioxine?
Don't make me lie. I have never known how to pronounce that. Dioxazine, dioxazine, or something.
Dioxazine, yeah, like that. Something like that. So you said you want the purple and what?
A piece of your material that's already been fired.
And then you're going to fire it again?
Yes. I'll send it to you, and you can fire it again, and we'll just experiment. Or you can send me the one you have if you're going to set that first.
This right here that I'm painting on?
Yes.
I suppose.
Yeah, you can stick that in the oven and send that to me.
Okay.
And we'll just do a brooch or something out of it.
Well, it would be, yeah, okay. I was just thinking the end product, I usually make the shape first.
Mm-hmm.
Before it's cured.
Okay.
But I guess that,
well, put it this way, whatever you send me, I'm going to paint. Okay.
All right. So, now tell me, how do I have the cleaner. I was going to say, how do I clean this? But she told me to get this particular brand of cleaning.
Okay. Brush cleaner and restorer. That's cool.
Yeah, so I got a small bottle of that. This was actually available at the Michael's store. And this was not the thinner she asked me to get, but this was at Michael's, right on the shelf. So it seems to be working.
Well, I think you did a fairly aggressive experimentation move today. We got some other artists in the studio. We got let's see, we got Louise Cutler is in the studio. We got Karen Clark is in the studio. How are you doing, Karen?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Oh, hey,
Kathleen is having fun with polymer oils.
I know, that's amazing. That is amazing. I can't wait to see what happens.
Well, she's working it.
So there's different brushes. I guess the different brushes do different things, right?
Yes.
Well, they
Allows
do
you a
different
certain amount
things
of
with you
detail.
doing it to you do it to them with them.
Say that again. What did you say?
They do different things, but you have to do it to them with them.
You have to do it to it.
You have to do it with them. The brushes won't do anything without your help.
Too funny.
Well, this will be interesting.
That was a valuable
Okay, so you think I should cure this first? I just got this crappy old Sculpey original. I didn't want to use my good clay on this experiment.
Look how she's abusing Sculpey.
That might be a small issue if the two of those materials don't fuse together well.
She's abusing
I
Sculpey.
know.
I don't appreciate it.
Say that again.
She's over there abusing Sculpey.
Yeah,
it's not the best. It's not the best polymer clay to have.
Oh, you've been very, very clear about that from show one.
It's like you've been very
clear.
Matter of fact, you were clear about that before the show started.
You've been very vocal about
Yeah,
your disapproval.
we are very clear on how you feel about Sculpey clay.
Yeah, well, some of the Sculpey is okay. Like the Primo Sculpey is really good. The Primo Sculpey is nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. It's not, the Primo is not great for the cane work that I do. It needs a stiffer clay, like the Fimo clay, the Fimo professional clay.
Mm-hmm.
But Sculpey makes a Primo version, which is a good one to use.
Okay.
It's just the.
Well, we got a couple of artists in the group that use Sculpey regularly, like Deborah Shedrick used Sculpey pretty regularly, and so it's
for
just
what purpose?
She uses
for what purpose? Though?
She makes doll heads. She makes brooches out of Sculpey.
Yeah. So which Sculpey does she use? Because the Sculpey 3 is not very strong. It breaks easily. It doesn't really hold up that well.
That should be a conversation we have with you and Deborah Shedrick on the screen at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I think the one I have is probably some. Let me see what I got here.
I'm sure Pancho doesn't have.
I'm sure you're telling me this is. I'm sure you're telling me just to put this directly into the trash.
That's why I said I'm sure Pancho doesn't have the quality that you would recommend.
I have Super Sculpey Medium Blend in gray.
Yeah, so I actually have some of that too. I don't use it for any quality pieces, but I do have some.
Well, quality pieces depends on the outcome.
That's right.
So Karen, Kathleen, tell them don't be adding that to your stuff when you send it to them.
Oh no, this will not be going to Kathleen Anderson. But yeah, I got a big old block of it. I'm going to carve me a couple small faces, inspired by Miss Karen Clark.
Hey.
But I find you can sculpt just about anything.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Karen over there cutting up some stuff.
This is
Karen.
I balled up some acrylic medium that was getting dry in my containers, and I actually sculpted this head out of it.
With the Sculpey?
No, this is just acrylic medium.
Didn't we see that head yesterday?
That's
Karen?
right. I painted it black.
Hey,
acrylic medium.
It's going to be painted with some color soon.
So what is the acrylic medium? What is that?
Acrylic medium is what we use to collage with. It's mixed with acrylic paint to do different types of effects.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was getting hard in the container, but it was just thick enough to clump together. So I carved it while it was still kind of wet. And I'm going to send it to you to decorate. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that'll go right directly from the mail into the trash.
Yes, because she definitely have her little prejudices about materials.
Oh, well, every professional does. Everybody's doing their thing. Well, Kathleen, thank you so much for that experiment. I'm glad you're feeling more comfortable on screen. We only got 20 some days ago.
Yeah, it's
Right.
for me. It's a state of perfection.
What's so great is that this
So
process
things.
will probably help you with that.
Yeah. So I decided today that I didn't have to be perfect, and that helped my anxiety level go down a lot.
Oh, nice.
I
Wonderful.
think that that's valuable to people that are watching, other artists that are watching. We all that is that perfection thing can be a hard level to stay at, and so you got to
Yes.
lose yourself, and it also can stop you from experimenting. And so I'm glad
Um,
you're experimenting around, and we'll check in with you tomorrow and see what's happening.
yeah. Yeah.
And your picture is crystal clear today too. I don't know what you did over there.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
you look great.
Your reception
It's
is really great tonight.
it's T-Mobile. Remember?
Oh,
It's
that's right.
T-Mobile.
She's been promoting a lot of products. She might have some
Okay, all right.
she
Now
might
see,
have some side deals going on with Sprint and the polymer people.
Okay.
No, no, no Sprint. Not Sprint.
Like, don't be throwing shade, Pancho.
I
He's throwing shade.
thought T-Mobile just bought Sprint.
They might
Oh,
have
did
bought
they?
it, but
Yes, they
still
did.
T-Mobile.
We are part of the same family now.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
but
see.
All right, Kathleen, we will check you out tomorrow.
Yep. Real
Thank
good.
you for sharing.
all
Bye.
right, Kathleen.
Bye now.
See ya.
Bye.
Karen over there. Oh, who we got over here? Oh, that's Frankie.
Frankie's in the house. He's doing some work over there. Look, he's starting something new. Hey, Frankie.
Hey, I'm here. I'm working.
Oh, I really like that.
Looking
Oh,
fantastic,
that's
Frankie.
beautiful, Frankie.
Mhm.
Beautiful.
This is my wife, Lupita Nyong'o.
Okay. Well,
Hey.
that's nice.
That's his what?
Louise, why do you look so confused? I understood perfectly what he meant.
Didn't you see me?
Did you understand me?
Oh, she did. She was just a little confused. So we're gonna let Karen get her presentation underway, y'all. We're gonna give her full screen.
Hey,
Okay,
guys.
Karen.
It's all you, Karen.
All right. Well, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Right now, I'm actually putting together angels. And so I told Pancho that I would be doing a man. So here he is.
Nice.
And guess what else he gets? He gets a little gree hat. Hey.
Very, very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. So I am going to be assembling the pieces. So I did some bodies. Underneath, it's going to illuminate on the inside. So I'm going to actually pull this down because I'm trying to do some final cleanups for this one. So I this is something from day 2. So I always have to backtrack. So day 2, I threw the piece. It got dry enough today for me to trim and also carve into the piece. And now I am just cleaning the insides of these holes, and so that they can illuminate without what's the word? Cutting anyone. So that's what I'm doing with the needle tool. So I go through here before assembling to clean out each one. But I will come back to the very first one that I had done. This is one of the other bodies that I did. So this one also needs to be carved. So it's just an open inside. And then the connections actually go on to the piece. But I'm going to do that one tomorrow because I have big ideas, grand ideas for that last one, since I am doing 3 men. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually score the piece. And I'll come back to the cleanups later because I know that I only have a limited amount of time. And this usually takes me probably about 45 minutes to a couple of hours to assemble. It all depends on how elaborate they get. So Again, I have to score in order for any connections to be connected. And I'm going to look to see where I think I want him to actually, his head to actually sit. So I'm trying to make a decision right now. I think I'm going to do it right here on the front side. So bottom of the head. So I have to assemble these early because they have to sit up properly in order for them to be stable. So I'm doing a deep score, and so that the connections can connect. Once I do that, oh, I almost dropped my poor little baby. Oh, wow. Okay. Once that happens, I use some clay to do the connection. I usually
See,
use the,
see, you
hmm?
don't, you never drop the women heads on the floor.
I know, right?
Exactly, Pancho. Exactly.
But
Exactly.
I caught him in my lap. He fell in my
Oh,
lap.
that's appropriate. That's appropriate. Then you can continue.
Thank you so much.
That's because we
So
always
now,
catching them in our laps.
so now I'm doing the connection.
I think that should be a something contributed to the jar, the coin jar. That was just too close.
What? No.
All right,
See,
we'll let you
where were you
slide.
going with that, Pancho?
You know, we got people watching.
Where were
All
you
right.
going with it?
Go ahead, Karen. Do
Okay.
your thing.
All right. So I'm doing the connection, and so now you begin to see what the body looks like. So the head is still connected. I mean, the neck is connected really well, but it also allows me to be a little bit mobile to stretch the piece or bend it down. And I can do that on the piece, or sometimes I'll do it off the piece if I know where I'm going with it. So the connection's been made for that piece, so it's actually stiff enough. So now what I'll do is I'll do some hand building because I like men to also have jewelry to go around the piece. And so I'm going to bend this down a little bit so you can see. Usually this is done, I prepare this in advance. So I'm just rolling out a coil, is what we call this. And for this coil, I'm going to actually use some texture. And so I'm still working with my MKM designs that I'm liking. And I'm just going to roll that out. And then I come back to the piece. Sometimes I'll dip this in water, but today I'll just go ahead and do a little bit of slip. He's already wet enough around the neck, so I won't have any problems. So I kind of cut it on an angle, and so that I can have the proper connections on the back side of the piece. And so then you'll begin to see how his neck begins to connect. Let me twirl it around so you guys can see that. Then from once this has been fired, what Louise was saying, she uses gild. I also use 14 karat gold for my pieces as well. But I have to be really, really careful because it's dangerous for potters. So I actually have to wear a mask that is ventilated in order to work with the uh, 14 karat gold. So, and ours are probably about this big, and they cost about $50 for that. So it doesn't go that long. So the bigger the piece, the more you actually have to purchase. But I'm going to look into what Louise was using to see if I can actually adhere that on to my piece, dealing with some type of connection, dealing with
Yeah, I've
dealing
seen
with
those.
clay.
I've seen those small pieces.
The small capsules of gold. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they run about $40. You have to wear a ventilator with them, and then once you put the ventilator on, you have to be out of the studio for actually 3 hours.
For
And
the
so that it can,
firing.
for the firing, because it's that dangerous
Mm-hmm.
to actually have it Oh, I dropped that piece. See, I didn't drop the head. I just dropped a piece on the ground. I dropped a piece
So,
of clay.
so now
Hmm.
is it a powder or what is it?
No, it is 14 karat gold liquid,
Mm.
that it's infused with a bit of oil, and so that it can adhere to the piece. So you have
Okay.
to be very, very exact on where you're going to place it, because if you don't, it will drip down the seams. But also, if you put it on too heavy,
Mm-hmm.
it runs, and if you don't put enough on, it actually will um, dissipate and turn purple in those
Mm.
areas.
You got a
Yeah.
question here. He got a question here, Karen. It says, who did you imagine while making this male head? He seems intentional.
I don't know. I don't know who I was thinking about. I just kind of allow it to lead me. But I do like to do sculptures with beards and hair. And sometimes I just call my dad and say, "Hey, is this manly enough for it?" And so he gives me a little guidance. So it's always fun. But no, no specific person. It's whoever the person wants it, whoever the person wants to see. All right, so I think that's cool for right now. I'm gonna lift that up a little bit. All right, and so there are a couple of things that I like to put on men. I like hats, and I also like to put earrings on to the piece. So I'm gonna put a little, yeah. I heard you smacking. What did you say, Poncho?
You caught me eating.
Oh, was it? Is it good? What do you got? What you got?
I have some chickpeas, potatoes, and Spanish rice.
Oh, nice. I am going to make a spicy sausage soup with red potatoes and spinach.
Mm, mm, mm.
Okay, I'm
Hmm.
hungry now. You both can stop.
Yeah, my well, it's funny because my background is culinary arts, so I don't stop cooking.
The
So I
girl
still
and the
use it.
girl, the girl can burn. She also makes a very good egg.
Hey.
That's
Oh
why we
yeah.
should have definitely did the quarantine all together. Karen could have cooked us something.
Oh yeah. I love to cook. I love to cook. So I'm just doing my connections. I gotta put a little scoring on his head, and so that it can attach, because we don't want this to pop off. Put enough slip on there to do the connections. I think I'm kind of like him. And so when I was thinking about this one, somebody was asking, I was actually thinking about the gree that I have here, um, from Senegal. Him, this little guy. So maybe I should have put a pipe in his mouth too.
Well, I know you're gonna make about 25 of those, so you can always wait till the 25th one.
You are too funny. I have
She
three.
said
No,
three.
I actually have six. I'm sorry. So
Oh
for
wow.
the vases that I had done, here is one of them right now, and I just got to finish putting her together. So she's just hanging out.
You got another question. It says, Karen, does the gold you use come in other carats like 22 and 24?
Yes. It comes. The higher the grade, the more it costs. So the highest grade is about $1,000. The mid grade is 500. Then it goes down to 90, and then it goes to 40. All
Is it
right.
any less toxic as the grades go up?
No, they are always toxic.
Okay.
Always toxic. Yeah.
Because I
So
know
I.
with the
Mhm,
sheets, the
mhm.
higher the grade, you can actually eat them. When you get the
Yeah.
24 karat gold, you can eat it.
Oh, yeah. No, not with this because of what it's infused in. Sorry about that,
Mm-hmm.
guys. Yeah, what's infused in it, you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So now I am doing some arms, and I'm not sure if I actually made them long enough. Oh, I did. Okay, good. So I usually put some texture. I love texture. So if you've seen any of my work, texture is my thing. So I am actually going to roll some texture onto this piece. And I'm going to do it longwise, and so that I can get coverage. That way I can also add some gold to his decorative area. And then what I do is I press it out into arm. But this is also the handles to my mugs. So it's really fun to see how clay can transform from one thing to another. All right. And so being that he's a large piece, I want to make sure that his arms are very large because he just gets more things added onto him. So I have some porcelain or little loafers slip. And that's just for the back of his arms. And so that they can do the proper connection. And then I'll come back and you see my finger marks all over here with brown clay. I'll come back in later and either sand it or I will actually wipe it down with a sponge. It all depends on how deep the brown is onto the piece. So I'm going to bring this, I'm bringing it to me so that I am able to see it. So it doesn't look too off. All right. So that's what he looks like so far.
Fantastic.
Thank you. So still playing with my MKM designs. I don't know if that will be placed there. So I'm still trying to figure that out. You know, like how is he going to hold it? So I still need to make some determinations on that, or if I'm going to cut it down smaller. So I still need to figure that out. But right now I can just lay it on there because the clay is soft enough for that.
Got a question. Karen says, "How did you start making angels?"
My mom asked me to make it. Well, here, okay. The story is with my mother. It's always very, very hard to find things that I can get from my mom. So I was in class one day, and because I teach this style of work, and I said, "Oh, I'm gonna make my mom an angel." I made my mom the angel, and she goes, "That's nice, Karen." And then she told me that she did not want the angel because she's getting older in age and she would prefer that the world sees my work. And being that we're in this crazy time right now, she's felt that everybody needed to see the angels. And so that's how they came about. So I wasn't even prepared to make angels. It just kind of happened. So it was a fun happen. All right, so this is the first part. And so I look at it on an angle. Typically this is in front of me, but being that we're on camera, I'm trying to do it where I can see it off to the side. So a lot of the pieces that I do, they actually have to be assembled. All right, and so that's the first part of his wing. He's looking like an old man. I like him. And I'm just doing some light compressions just to make sure that it folds in to the piece.
Yeah. I love that face, Karen.
Thank you. And then I'm going to do the other side of the scoring. And so because everything that is connected has to be scored properly. and it's really it's a fairly deep score, not too crazy. I'm going to turn this back around to me so that I make sure that its wings are even, because once you do the attachments, that is the attachment. So you want to make sure that you are pretty on. The interesting part, well, the thing dealing with clay is that um, it's not like a painter where he can wipe it out. It is, you have to actually have a true knowledge of what you're doing, but you have to make a very good decision of what you're planning on doing when you're working with it. All right, so this is part of it. Okay, and I am going to just do the rest of the connection on the back. And on the back, typically I will put an Adinkra symbol, but I think that I was going to use this symbol here in the front, the paisley symbol, but I think that I'm actually going to put it on the back because it actually looks kind of like a cool wing. So kind of like a double wing on the backhand side of it. And then from there, I'll put some decorative pieces on the inside and finish cleaning it up. But this is what one looks like.
That is phenomenal.
Thank you.
I
Thank
know
you.
you had
Wow.
I know you did the fast version of that.
Yes, this is the
Wow.
fast version of this.
Amazing.
Thank
That's
you.
pretty
So
amazing,
Completely
it's,
Karen.
amazing.
thank
You
you.
are, I told people on the first show that you were a beast. I hope you guys
Thank
know
you.
what I mean now. She is a beast for sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm looking at him because I want to name him and I don't know what his name is yet, but it'll come to me. It'll
Oh,
come to me.
Pancho,
But
you gotta give her the bomb.com.
That's right. She
thank
gets
you.
the bomb. She gets the bomb for sure.
Thank you. The cool part about it is that once it's been fired, the face will remain ebony, and then his hat will actually get some color. His body will remain white, and this will actually get color, and then 14 karat gold will be implemented, and then it will be a kind of like a votive. You'll be able to put a candle underneath, and so that it will illuminate. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Very,
I can't
very
wait to
nice.
see that. I can't wait
Thank
to
you.
see it, Karen.
Me either, girl. I
Well,
look
thank
forward
you,
to it.
Karen. Thank you for
Hmm.
that. That is fantastic. What a demonstration. I didn't get any work done watching you doing that. So
Oh, cool. Thank
that's
you.
fantastic. Well, we're going to let you go off into the studio because knowing you, you're going to take it apart and start a whole new one.
No, I can't take it apart. I'm gonna go ahead and touch it up as much as possible.
I love it. Even the part where you dropped his head.
Mm-hmm. I dropped his head. He had.
All
Mm-hmm.
right,
All right.
dear. You
I'll
take
talk to you
care.
guys later. Bye.
So I don't know what happened to our boy Frankie. He just disappeared. Um, see if Frankie is still in the house. Hey,
I'm
Frankie,
here, man.
it's your time, Frankie.
How y'all
That's a
doing?
really neat piece.
Hey, how you doing, man, by the way?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I'm gonna let you have the floor. Do your thing.
Oh, I got so drenched with current events and stuff that I just, you get saturated. And I said, let me just take it back to a project I was working on a while back. Well, when, what's his name? Um, he just passed from Black Panther. It was in honor of him, Chad. And so started working on this piece here. But I had done it on a trifold panel poster board. And I love the chalk effect on it, but it's, you really have to protect it. I got to figure a way to protect it a little better because because of the smear, but I love the effect it has. And what I did was I drew Lupita Nyong'o. She was one from the Black Panther, but I made it so that when you open it, let's see here, like that. I don't know if you can see that, but this was in memory of Chadwick. Um, and I gotta admit, when I had found out about his passing, I was affected by it. I felt bad over it. And so I wanted to dedicate this memorial to him. I didn't use any standard colors. I used a color wheel to tell me the colors, and now I'm working on the outside, but the building's inside. The only thing about this too is how to protect it, but to showcase both sides now is a little thing I'm running into. So I thought of using a mirror of some kind of reflect and somehow show that background. And of course, your input definitely would be welcome.
Well, we'll deal with that once you get the piece done. The piece is really shaping up phenomenally. You can try a workable fixative, but it's very dangerous to spray in house. Take it outside. A workable fixative, a pastel and dry pastel particularly. It depends on your usage. If you're smoothing it out and there's no buildup of pigment, then workable fixative will work great for you. But if you work very thick, then you got to kind of spray the workable fixative as you're working to kind of build a tooth for your pastel to work on. The thing about protecting it is you want to make sure whatever you use on it doesn't get rid, that you have a tooth to work on once it's sprayed. That's why workable fixative works the best.
How would that affect the paper, the poster board?
If you do it slowly and let it build up, it'll be fine, but it depends on how thick you put the pastel on. If the pastel is put on thin, then it's going to affect the colors. And that's one of the things about pastel that has limitations is that, it has so many different things you got to think about before you spray. So I don't know what that material is, what color it was when you started. If it's white under the bottom, you stand a good chance of retaining it. If
Well,
it's black under the bottom, then you're going to lose some.
okay, because it's a black poster board.
Right. So that one you just would take a workable fixative, put a very light coat on, see how dark it gets, put another light coat on, see how much it gets, and then work on it some more. You have to really do it in layers.
Now that I know about layers, um, I do want to build off of this because you see how it fades, and I want this to have some pop. Especially him on the forefront. And put it in a 3D mode.
I love the colors.
I thank you. I saw the colors. I go by my color wheel, the colorblind thing.
Hey, Frankie, I know you mentioned it and you went past it, but you didn't really get into explaining how color blindness affects how you use color. You got to really try to articulate that to people who don't understand.
Okay, let me get my color wheel here. Might have had that ready too. I go by my color wheel. I go by a color wheel, and sometimes I wing it, but it's reading the colors, not experiencing the color itself. I don't know how to explain that. I know colors, but I'm not seeing those colors. So, for example, when I'm in colorblind, when I took therapy, there would be a reference color. The grass is green, so I would have to go with that. And I always knew that particular shade or that particular gray to be associated with green. So if I see it somewhere, I'll go with that. I'll say, okay, this is green. I'm wrong a lot of times, but you know, other times I'll just simply ask my kids, you know, if they can tell me colors. But this one I wanted to keep it colorful, and I like yellow because it pops out at me. I like to use yellow, and I was having fun with this has no teeth though. That's the thing. I can see what you're saying with having a little teeth to it because it's smooth and it works out great. But it works out great is the problem too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It pops out. I mean, as soon as I close it, it fades.
Mm.
So that's what I want to do. Is I want to keep this. I want to keep him popped out with the building behind him.
Right.
You see the whole thing.
Yeah, we can see the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, I want to keep it behind him and him overlapping, and I want her to, you know, and I wanted to capture her fierce expression. I forget her name, but I just wanted to. The whole time I'm doing this too, I'm listening to tribal African music, so it gives me a little pop to it. I'm thinking what the whole thing. It's just the mood with the music. With colorblind, it's hard to explain, really. Like I said, I don't see the color, but I can guess the color, but I can see extreme colors. I can tell extremes like black, white, yellow, primary, but they would have to be so obvious. It's after that I get lost with.
That's pretty amazing to think about that. When you look at this piece, you have so many different color ranges in that piece. It's hard to even comprehend that you are dealing with a color blindness issue.
See, you're seeing people seeing the colors. I see shapes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying attention to shapes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I grab random colors to go inside those shapes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see, this to me is a shape, I'm just going to go and color that particular shape
Mm-hmm.
with, I want to say it was this one. I don't have my color wheel.
Now, is it? Have you ever tried to? You went to go put a color on, and when you got there, it wasn't the color you had in your hand.
Oh, all the time. When I was doing a portrait, and I had dropped 4 hours on this portrait, a commission piece. 4 hours. When I finished it, I looked at it and I said, "Why does this look so off? It looks like her." And I had done it with some kind of lime green pencil or something like that. and the whole thing I shaded with lime green. And just bombed with it. I reset.
Yeah, that's one face. That's one color that people don't like to use on their faces is green.
Well, you imagine, yeah, you asked me for a commission piece, and these aren't, the way we would do them, like pop art kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, black people don't want to be painted green or blue.
No, and I went and did that. I went and did the whole thing in brown. And this one, some parts I had confused. And I just kept it going until I go into a certain lighting, and I say, oh, wait a minute, I think I'm using the wrong color here. And it'll be, what I do too is label them. Right now I have a mess here, but I'll number them.
Wow. You know what, Frankie? The more I hear you, the more amazed I am by you. You're either totally amazing or the best liar in the world. Because it sounds so. I mean, I don't think I could ever had to comprehend not being colorblind, a colorblind artist. After hearing your story about, the traumatic brain injury and having to learn how to do everything again, to art being the thing you kind of levitated to, and now to hear you building these images the way you do is really quite amazing.
Well, it's just another way of it's the exact way of, if you get a book, we read the book, we read it in different ways, or understand them in different ways.
Right.
And the brain works like that. So you would look at a color. I'm looking at the texture of that color, and not looking at the color.
Right.
So, for accuracy purposes, if I'm doing a commission piece, I would have to number them, and then I would send the numbers. Like, for example, if I'm working on a particular sky, I don't know, sky blue. I know the sky is blue, but it's a particular shade. It's a light gray shade, and versus royal blue. I think it's royal.
Right. So you can tell the difference in the hue, but you can't tell the difference of the vibrancy of the color.
No, I can tell you exactly. I can tell you the difference. There's obviously a difference there, but I'm not experiencing that how you're experiencing it. And you don't notice it, because if you're born like that, you work with it.
Well, Frankie, you are the man. Thank you for sharing your time with us today. We'll be looking forward to see what else you're working on next.
Thank you.
And I can't wait to see how the outside of this piece is going to shape up.
If you can come up with any idea that helps for showcasing both sides, how would you?
I would make it so people can walk around it. It's just got to be displayed partially open, especially with the way it closes up.
In a center, like a
Yeah, I think you figure a way that people can experience the piece. So you might have to put some handles on it, or you might just have to prop it up in a way where people can see both sides of it.
Yeah, see,
because you're inviting people to handle it, so that's something that's really got to be resolved. Very nice.
Yeah.
All right, Frankie, you are the man. We will see you next time around. Let's see what you're working on later in the week.
All right.
And you have a good evening.
You too. Good to see y'all. Take care.
Say hi to Frankie, Deborah Chedrick.
Hi, Frankie.
Hi,
how are you?
How you handling?
I love your piece.
Thank you. Love your work. You got some nice work.
Thank you.
lot of patience.
I'm enjoying seeing the artist's work.
Yeah,
Yeah, that part's the fun part.
it is.
Except for Louise and I, we're just like watching everybody today. I have to get my work
That's
done
a
when the
good
show's over.
thing.
Yeah.
All right, Deborah Shudder, we ain't gonna waste no time. We're gonna give
Cause
you the
my
floor. We're gonna give you the floor, Deborah, so you can do your thing.
Oh, are you going to show us did you finish working on the doll?
no, I just finished doing her garment. I didn't do anything else. So I'll show
Okay.
you that tomorrow.
Okay.
And and tonight is going to be easy because I'm just going to paint an abstract. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
So
We like to watch you paint.
so that's it. So I am going to put my. Can you see?
Yep, that's good.
So I'm just going to use the whiteboard here and just start mixing paint on the board. Got a little white, got a little mauve. Don't know if I'm gonna add some yellow to that because I really wasn't vibing with that. I think I'm having a little off day because I had to do the shipping and handling thing today. So I just got back from FedEx. So that's a job in itself. Am I complaining?
Oh no, that's not complaining.
Oh, I was going to say a little bit. That's okay.
You're amongst family.
We can complain.
Okay.
Well, I can't because Pancho always
I'm
on.
I try not to pay. I try not to complain, but it's just a natural thing with me.
Then you
It's
have
a
to
stress
say that
reliever.
I won't complain.
I won't complain.
I won't complain. Mm-hmm.
I am a non-complainer. So, my premise with any artwork is to play. So, I keep everything. I think this was a top of a pen, but whatever comes to mind when you do an abstract. Most people don't understand abstract work, but I think you really, to appreciate a piece of abstract work, I think you really need to do one. Because all my thoughts, all my emotions, whatever I've gone through that I'm thinking about, it all lands on the abstract. So it's really kind of a mysterious form of art because I can sit here and not think about what it's supposed to be. I can just play. Whatever comes in my mind, I just do. If it looks, if it doesn't speak to me, I put it aside for however long, and then I go back and get it and figure something out. But I always use a lot of, I don't even know where this came from or what it was torn off of. But I love finding things and figuring out what I can do with them. So did I miss Karen?
Yeah, Karen was up earlier. She made some really nice angels. You weren't watching? You weren't. Oh, you just got in. You just got in.
I was at the FedEx.
I had to go to UPS, but I sent my son. He did it.
Okay.
He went for me. Well, that's because he took my car.
You have a driving age son?
I have 2 driving age. Well, I got 3 driving age son, but his car, he has a car, but he had an accident, and so it got totaled. So it's going back to the insurance company. So we didn't renew his registration, so he can't drive it. So
That's all right, son.
So he had to take my car today. So he got to run some errands for Mom.
Okay. I understand.
But you're supposed to be talking about this wonderful piece of artwork. So this is an abstract.
Yeah, this is going to be an abstract that I'm going to give to one of the artists. I've already mailed some off, but I'm out. So.
Oh, so this is going to be a collaborative.
I'll be right back. Yeah, I got to close my door because my dog just walked in and she doesn't know how to close the door behind her.
You know, that's my biggest problem with dogs. They don't know how to do certain things.
Say that again?
I said, that's my biggest problem with dogs. They don't know how to do certain things.
Yeah, she can knock on the door. She can actually knock on the door when she wants to come in, but she won't close the door behind her. I woke up one night and the door was wide open. So when I let her out, I must have not closed the door shut. And she came in, and I must have been really tired that night, right? Yeah. I'm gonna use this. So yeah, I always include abstract in my portfolio because I don't know why most people shy away from buying them. But when I incorporate the abstract and the figurative together, it warms them up. And then before you know it, they're buying straight abstract work.
Oh, wow.
I sold an abstract today. Look, I sold an abstract today that was already sold. So I had to get a refund.
Like double sales.
Yeah. Does that happen to you?
We might have to bleep that part out.
You got to bleep them out on all of them then.
It was on the website. But it's like, that piece is so old. That piece has been sold.
Look at Carla over here talking about she got first dibs on the abstract.
Who said that?
Carla Jones. She's with us every day. Carla.
Oh, okay.
She said she was sending it to one of us, Carla. Carla said she has become one of us.
I heard that, Carla. Stand your terms. Stand your terms.
Now, are you working on watercolor paper?
No, this is the inside of the mat board. I probably had to cut a mat, and this was what dropped out of the center of the mat. You know how you have to mat a piece? This is the fallout part from the mat board.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mhm.
I use everything.
I see.
Throw nothing away. So yeah, if I tell people find a place in your home, just set it up for like a little table for you to go and work out some stuff, and get your art supplies and just go for it. It's like don't try to plan anything.
That's what I
Just
tell
do
people.
it.
You just it offers a great deal of freedom.
Yeah. It's
Carla
fair.
said you have me doing collages from the other day, Deborah. My table has cut paper everywhere.
I like to hear that. That's cool. That is so cool. Just dive in. Now I'm gonna add some brown to this because I have a tendency I'm a pastel woman. It's like, is everything gotta be pastel? So look, it's a brown.
Yeah.
People probably look at my work and say, "Oh, woman did that." Yes, a woman did. I'm proud.
There you go.
I'm proud. So
Deborah, is there any drug use used with these abstracts?
Doggone it, I forgot to take some. Huh?
Get on them, Deborah.
I ain't thinking about him. Yeah. This is what happens when you don't put tops back on your paint. But I found a use when I peel it off. When I peel the little paint off to get in the tube, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in this piece. Well, it should stick. Ta-da!
Boom.
Don't throw away. Well, yeah, I love doing pieces where I don't have to really think about the correctness of it. That's just my personality. Look, I'm trying to keep my table from getting paint on it. This is an art table. What kind of foolishness is that? Yeah. So when the artists get their work from me, feel free if you want to cut it up, or if you want to make two pieces out of one, whatever you want to do. I'm not going to cry. Once it's yours, it's yours. Yeah. Well, these had little grooves in it, but I'm so lazy, I won't peel the paint off or rinse it off after I use it. So I can't use it for the grooves anymore, but I found something else to use it for. What are you laughing at?
You said because you're too lazy to pull the paint off of it. That's all right. You're using it for what it is now.
Look, it wasn't meant to be that anyway. I'll find an excuse now. So if I had gloves on, I'd be, but I don't. And I don't want to freak myself out. I can only take so much paint on my hands.
Then it becomes a performance art piece.
I'll be saying, I gotta go wash my hands, y'all. See you in a little bit.
You're going into performance art then.
I feel like I'm performing now.
You are.
It's like, whoa, Lord have mercy. This is really taking a lot of people out of their comfort zone. But yeah, you gotta just be a kid and don't be afraid to mess up. Just, like I tell everybody, there are no mistakes in art.
This is true.
So, what else can I find? I would like, well, nah, not this. This is like a little square thingamajigger. So I am going to be brave and get the darker color. Let's see. Can you all see? Should I hold it up to the camera to see how far I've gotten? So you can see how far I've gotten? Okay, hold on. I'm coming. I'm gonna have so much paint on my computer.
Oh wow, that is beautiful.
Thank you. So
That is beautiful.
I don't think I'm at the stopping point yet, but I just wanted you to see.
I love the colors in that. I mean, I love that. There is so much energy in that piece.
So you want it like this? You want to work on this one?
Whatever you send me, Deborah, if you're not finished with it, you keep going. You can send it, but that has so much energy.
What I'm going to do,
I love it.
what I'm going to do is that you pick from a couple pieces.
Oh.
So that's how I started off.
That's fantastic.
That's a beautiful piece, though.
Thank you.
Pancho, look. Deborah will be like, Louise, what happened to the piece? You know, it'll be up on the wall. You know,
no, she's gonna sell it. She's gonna sell it again. Well, Miss Deborah, thank you for sharing that abstract expressionism today. You are the bomb. You're gonna make me do a couple abstracts. That's right. You got the bomb.
Deborah. You got the bomb today. Everybody's gonna get the bomb, girl.
Sean Beal is in the house. Where is he at?
Okay.
Hey.
Plates are in the house.
Say hello.
I'm a little upset that you just did.
I'm gonna throw me. I'm gonna do me an abstract.
Well, Ms. Deborah, we will see tomorrow and see what you're working on tomorrow.
Okay.
What? Say that again. Bye, Deborah.
Mr. Beal, so talk to us, man. Well, you got some charges going on today?
Yes, I am working on some charges right now.
Now these are just part of your portfolio. These are not collaboration pieces, are they? Uh-oh.
You are silly.
I think we are experiencing a few technical difficulties from what's that area? Fresno, Texas.
From Texas. It's one of those. It's here you go.
Yeah. So we'll see if he can resolve that freezing issue.
Right. He'll probably go on and come back. He'll probably go off and come back on like he usually does. LaShawn is in that. Well, he's in the house and, you know.
Welcome back, LaShawn Beal in the house.
Hey. How's everyone today?
We're doing good.
Wonderful.
Good. Well, this is day 6.
Day 6, man.
Day 6. Making it happen on day 6. I hope y'all having fun with the projects, y'all.
Y'all
having fun.
I don't know if I got the fun yet, but I'm building my momentum.
I'm at the fun, LaShawn.
Louise, you always have fun, so that's nothing new.
I bring the fun.
So now, before you froze up, you were telling us whether these were collaboration pieces or whether these are just part of your portfolio.
These are going to be collaboration pieces.
Oh,
yes, these are collaboration pieces.
Wow, you really going all out this time, aren't you?
Hey man, I'm making it. I'm doing it, bro. I'm doing it. But listen, these are mainly. I think these two are going to go to either one of our sculptors or jewelers, so that they could put their artwork as far as the earring for these pieces.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be the approach of these particular ones right here. But I'll be doing a lot more to do some collaboration with some other people as well. It still is just day 6. I'm just getting started. So I am having a great time. And hey guys, you got stuff coming your way starting tomorrow.
Same here.
I just wrapped up everything.
I've already sent an empty tube to Louise.
Empty tube.
Yeah,
she's got some thicker pieces that she's not able to roll. So I sent her a 6-inch tube so she can send those pieces to me.
Because you wanted me to work small, but at first I only had big stuff.
Well, why, Louise?
Huh?
Why you having small stuff?
No, you can see her. She whipped out some small ones today.
I got some small stuff. I did some small pieces.
Oh, okay. I'm
gonna do all that paper that I took out. I'm gonna do a couple of drawings on them, and I think what I'm gonna do some outlines, and then that's what I'll send out to people.
Okay. Well, wherever you stand is gonna work. Okay.
All right. So that's what I'm gonna work on tomorrow. I'm gonna work on all of my collabs tomorrow.
Yes. So what I'm working on here is, again, some chargers, and I'm just building up my backgrounds for them. Unlike the other pieces I've done for the collaborations, this is like obviously full a full stream one, full area that's being covered. And I will more than likely finish these two up this evening. And I'll be working on getting some other ones completed. So Pancho, do you want a vase to work on?
Sure, why not? I'll take a vase if you got one.
Okay.
But I think this is a real elaborate trick because all of these pieces are going to belong to LaShawn Beal.
That's not true.
I'm just kidding, man.
Well, I wasn't planning on sending man back.
On my presentation, I showed a couple of the collaborations we did last time we were together.
Oh, okay.
So you got some paper coming your way. And then you got some plain paper coming your way to start. I'm going to send you a couple of pieces that I've already started. So we're going to try it 2 different ways this time.
It's great. It's great. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, so you have some interesting pieces coming your way tomorrow, and which is just package number 1. And Louise, you'll have something coming your way.
Package number 1.
Yeah, just package number 1. Yeah, I couldn't get them all done right away, but that's okay. I know how you work.
That's right, man. Just ship it, man. That's what might become my project for today.
All right, so this is the backgrounds for these pieces right here. I'll move them a little closer so y'all can see.
So, LaShawn, are you going to let them embellish it with jewelry first, or are you going to finish painting it and send it to them?
I will finish painting it and ship it to them. Yes. Yes. So the jewelry would be the outstanding standout piece to go on, is what it should be. A poppin' earring. Yes. I got some more funky ideas.
We encourage the funk.
I know you do. I know you do, because I've been seeing what you've been cranking out. Brother, them some bad pieces.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my momentum started, man. I'm still not there yet, but I'm getting it.
Well, you know how it is, man. It takes a little time. It takes a little time. But you'll get there. I'm quite confident. Applying some of my shallow colors. So one of these is going to be a brown-skinned woman. This is why I like working on textures. It allows the paint to just cake up and do its own thing. And you like just doing it effortlessly. You're just stroking across the surface and it's picking up random color all over the place. I can't wait to get to working with some sculpting. I'm really excited about what's going to come out of that experience. So while that's drying, I can go over to this other one and start putting some color into it. So this one's going to be a blue-faced woman.
Well, I tell you, man, it's really nice to watch you in your process. I know we haven't seen Jack yet because this is still early stage preliminary stuff. You just building the ground and getting your momentum started on your stuff. So I can't wait to see it as they develop.
Thank you, brother. Likewise. Likewise.
We got another artist in the studio. We're gonna let him in real quick so you can say hello. Say hello to John.
Oh, hey.
Hey, how you doing, sweetie?
This is Michelle.
I wonder if that'll help with the echo.
How you doing?
Oh, maybe I turned off the wrong mic. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I love a woman. I love a woman that can control her gadgets.
I'm working on it. my husband does tech, so I took.
Hey, hello, LaShawn.
Hey, Michelle, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing well. I love watching your colors. Oh my goodness.
Oh, thank you. I love what you were working on last night.
Oh,
That
thank
was
you.
an awesome,
You should
awesome piece.
you should
It
see
was
it
actually
now.
inspired
Look
by
at
your
it.
teals that you
Yeah.
did. And because I was watching you do the teals and I thought they were just so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
And normally I work darker because I really like, you know, like dark turquoises, but it made me think about using it in a lighter fashion instead. And this was the
Yeah.
first piece I've ever tried using texture like this. It's a jute thread.
Looks like a great experiment here. All right, LaShawn, we're gonna let you go in the studio and you can
Super.
show us where you are tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. You guys take care now.
Take care, buddy. All right, Michelle, you got the whole floor.
Figured I'd talk about where this piece was going. So this is the piece I was working on last night. This is the first time I tried embellishing. I actually really love how like the thread came out. I ended up filling the rest of it with modeling paste. And at first, I don't know, I got kind of scared halfway through. I didn't think that it was looking too nicely because it's really hard to control the modeling paste. So there's often blobs in places. And I tried controlling a little bit too much. And I realized that that was a fatal effort. So it was better to just go with the flow and try to make as many marks in the directions that I wanted. So the other thing that happened that was a little surprising, but I'm going to go with it, is I tried doing some washes in a darker color to fill the valleys, but I don't know why it didn't work this time. I don't know if I mixed it too thick. I tried to remove some of it with a paper towel, and then I thought I had gotten it, and I went to go add more turquoise, but it mixed with the blue. But I managed to do it in a circle, so I thought that it looked a lot like the moon. So I'm going to run with it and pretend that it was intentional because it looks intentional. And it's hard to see in the video cam because I'm finding that it doesn't pick up the warm colors because this is actually a turquoise. But this is a very cool and white area, but it's just this. And I thought that it looks like it's the moon. And I normally do these tattoo designs that I sell on t-shirts and mugs and things like that. And when I did the coyote, I actually intended it to be more realistic, but I love the silhouette. I felt like I really nailed a nice silhouette for it. And this is the first time I've ever tried painting one of these in acrylic, because normally what I do, my process is that I'll doodle a ballpoint pen drawing. I'll doodle a bunch, and then when I find a silhouette that I really like, I start filling it in with ballpoint pen, and then I'll scan it in, and then I'll do it up as a vector in a program like Affinity Designer. But this is the first time that I'm ever doing it by painting the silhouette and then just like carving it out in acrylics, and that's been going. Sometimes it's a little hard. I'll carve out an area and I don't like it, but the nice thing about acrylics is, you know, it may take a few layers, but I can always paint it out. And I was having fun adding this darker shading into it to make it look more natural with the background. I thought about adding stars, and originally I was going to go Payne's Gray, but I'm actually really liking how it looks like it's part of the background. And I wasn't sure if I was going to leave it white or go dark, but I'm loving the white with the turquoise, and it's not a colored combination I would normally go with. And so right now I'm painting the jute white. I was thinking about dry brushing gold onto it, but I wasn't sure if I liked the combo of all of them. So instead, I'm going to try, I've got this beautiful bright neon green that I often use against dark backgrounds for lighting. And it's a brilliant yellow green, and it's pretty much neon green. And I thought that might look really cool and kind of lighten it up in a way that's a little different. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then the other piece that I was working on today, this is the other piece. I think, was I working on this 2 days ago or the other day? I painted in the fur textures of the coyote. And I'm finding that this is a little bit of a challenge for me because it's hard to paint fur in a way that doesn't take out, you know, like realistically in a way that doesn't take hours. So I'm really trying to push myself into simplifying the shapes, even if that means that it's not going to look, quote unquote perfect. Not that it ever could look perfect, but I'm trying to accept good enough. Like if the gist of the fur is there, that should be enough. Because I don't want to spend hours and hours and hours and hours on a single piece. In this case, I wanted to spend more time on the swirls and getting the depth of the different turquoises than I do spending hours getting the coyote to look exactly a certain way. And I'm liking how it looks.
Well, it looks like you're really exploring a different avenue compared to the pieces that we've seen that you've shown so far. So that's what this is all about. This is about experimentation and going with some stuff that you don't normally do. Mm-hmm. It's looking great.
Thank you.
So are you still loosening up? Are you still juggling your time? Tell me what it's been like. This is day 6.
Day 6. Actually, today was a lot easier to get out the door. I found that part of the problem was that, so I get to this, like I have a separate space, but I only have the materials for I have to take the materials back and forth. And so I have a bucket of paints that I've been transporting and then breaking down the, the thing that tripod and whatnot. And that's been kind of tough. And I did find a way to transport the paintings. I'm actually using recycled Amazon envelopes because it turns out you can just put them back to back and pop them in there, and it's pretty protective.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, and that worked out. And
Michelle, are you at your home studio now, or are you at your studio?
This is my home studio.
Okay.
My other studio is in a what's it called? Like it's in an office building. It's basically a converted office, and it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in South Deerfield, which is, like there's cows on the way and nothing but views. Yeah, that's why there's no internet, because there is internet, but it's very poor because the infrastructure in the area is poor.
Right.
But I mean, in Sunderland, it's a lot better because we're near the university. So we basically are tacked on to that. And I like that. That's nice. And I have a lot more resources here. My computer and everything, much nicer. And that completely different tangent. I just remembered because I just saw I actually was going to try another thing with my next piece that I wanted to chat about, which was I've got this carving block. We started doing, if you've ever done letterboxing, that's it's similar to geocaching, but instead you find handmade stamps that people leave.
Right.
And they're all over the US and whatnot. And so I actually started carving my own stamps earlier this summer. I'd always wanted to. And
yeah, I have fun doing that.
Yeah. So I'd gotten a lot of rubber, and I was thinking about actually carving some paw prints and trying to do a piece where the thing was like abstract paw prints. And I might even use my dog. Maybe I'll press their paw onto the thing and then carve around my dog.
You should just see how your face lit up while you were trying to describe that. Hey, we got quite a few days left. You can explore whatever you want. That's what the quarantine is all about. Thank you for sharing what you're working on. We appreciate it. We'll be checking in with you tomorrow to see what you got, but you got some wonderful things. And if you can, any finished pieces, send me the photographs so we can get those up for people to see later on too.
Sure thing. I haven't finished anything yet. I'm like,
that's okay. We are in day 6.
I'm just like, I need to start enough that there's more for the wave, but I don't want to start so many that I hate them before I get to them.
I say do so many that you hate them.
I hate fluffy.
You gotta tear yourself out of your comfort zone. See, you're in that situation where you control so much. You got your husband, you got your child, you got probably a pet around the house. You got so much to do, So you don't want to put yourself in a controlled environment. So if you can put yourself on the edge, at least you'll have other pieces you can work on throughout the year. But don't stay in the comfort zone.
I hadn't thought about that.
All right, my dear. Thanks for letting us check in. We will check in with you tomorrow.
All right. Have a good one.
All right now. As you can see, everybody is working. We got quite a few folks that's still coming on. We got, let's see, Ryan Murray is going to come up shortly. We got Sheldon Smith, who was always picking up the night shift. But meanwhile, I'm going to share this with you. There he is. That's Mr. Ryan.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good, Ryan. How you feeling?
Pretty distracted. There's a lot going on today.
Okay, well, it's like that. But man, those pants are happening. I got to get me a pair of those.
Oh yeah, I think my girlfriend's parents bought them for me for Christmas.
Okay. So how's it going, Ryan? We on day 6, man.
That's Mr. Ryan.
Turn down your device.
Feeling? Pretty distracted. There's a lot going on today.
Okay, well, it's like that. But man, those pants are happening. I got to get me a pair of those.
Here, let me fix that.
I need to add somebody to the stream. So what are you eating? You mean you actually get time to eat?
Cheese and crackers.
That's what I'm talking about.
What you got to know how to eat.
I hear you. What's going on, Ryan? How you holding up?
Sorry about that. I'm doing good. I just got in the studio a little while ago. Slowly chugging along on these pieces.
Chugging is good.
My goal is to have 2 done by the end of the week. I think I'm still on track.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm going to be sending you some paper that's been has some aerosol treatments on it. I want you to put some aerosol. We're going to do a couple collaborations, small ones. Since I know you don't work small.
Not usually, no.
No problem. But I got a couple of ideas with the with your machine and with some papers that I already have around here that are pre-coded, and let you have some fun with them.
Yeah, that would be great.
Stimulate some new energy.
Right.
He's trying to get us big piece workers to do small pieces.
Well, we only got 30 days, right? Can squeeze a small piece or 2 in there. I saw you did. Look at what you did today. Gilded 2 of them.
I gilded 2.
There you go.
I did want to show real quick the thing I was cricketing yesterday.
Oh yeah, let's see that.
I did manage to finish that. Here it is, the MF Doom tribute.
Very, very nice. So I would assume, is that going to be one of your quarantine pieces, or is that for a client that's from your Etsy store?
I don't know. I was originally doing this just for myself, like to get back into the swing of things. But yeah, I think this will be one of the quarantine pieces.
Yeah, just shoot a nice picture of it, and we'll count. That's one of your pieces, man. That's a 2021 piece.
Yeah, feels good.
It does feel good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So what's next, Ryan?
A couple more days experimenting with this freehand piece. Kind of like where it's going, and then we'll see. Depending on how it turns out, I might do more.
And you haven't shown your actual face yet, right? So
yeah,
I saw the pants first. For those that are waiting for you to present yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, so who is that? Who is it?
Was that a shy move right there?
I suppose.
Oh, Ryan, well, hold up for a minute, Ryan. I got something I want to show you.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we got the same hat, dude.
Oh,
I just got mine in a slightly funkier color.
Oh,
nice.
In the house.
I'm gonna move because you guys are having a bro moment.
Hey, we gotta have a couple of bro moments here and there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Got to say I'm all ready for the wintertime, man.
It's getting cold out there.
So I like what's happening with your piece back there, man. I see you did some other treatments on the top of it.
Yeah, I did a few layers of silver paint, which seemed to be
really nice.
Do really well.
Really nice. So I got a stack of 8.5 by 11 paper that you can do similar treatments on top of.
That would be awesome.
Is that canvas?
It is canvas, yeah.
I saw your video. I saw your shopping video. You said normally you get the cheap stuff, but not today.
Yeah, Montana Black.
Ryan was like, I'm going for the good stuff.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I am officially saving my shopping spree for next week.
Oh, you haven't done it yet?
No, I'm trying to wait. I gotta do a paint assessment first.
Oh, right.
I want to make sure
I did mine yesterday.
Yeah, I saw the video on YouTube. Why didn't you give it for us to show here to the world?
I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to download it and send it.
You know what? Folks, don't be fooled. She's supposed to be the tech of the show, and she hasn't even loaded her own video. Brian said, what is up with that?
I try to load a video every day. I'm working on the video right now for today.
So how's you said things have been pretty hectic, huh, Ryan? What's going on?
Yeah, well,
I know you said you had a friend moving and all that.
Yep, in a couple of weeks now, and then I'll be hopefully moving some studio stuff into that empty space. So I'll have some room to spread out a bit more.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that'll be good, hopefully. And yeah, just today in general, I mean, I had a 4.5-hour Zoom meeting for work, which took up a lot of my day. That was going to spend working, and then doom scrolling the news. Got to stop doing that.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff happening even in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, that's just the nature of where things are. I'm glad I'm quarantined.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's crazy.
So, Ryan, what we're going to do is just checking in to see where you are. We're going to let you getting into your thing there, and then we will check in tomorrow and see what's shaking and what's going on.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks a lot, Ryan.
Thank you.
Take care now.
See ya. You keep catching me when I'm about to put a piece in my mouth.
Well, I got something I can show for about. I can fill up some of that space while you're eating crackers. We gotta. We have to allow you space to nourish and get caught up. It's a lot of work we're doing around here.
We're on all day.
That's right.
I'm gonna finish this one up for you. Yeah, I'm dancing. I see Sheldon's coming up.
It was just enough time for you to finish that last cracker, huh? Yeah, Mr. Sheldon's looking like he's in the studio. He's getting geared up. I guess I'll try to get me some food. Well, thank you, Miss Johnson. I was trying to see if I could line up with Mr. Murray. He had that nice hat. I got this one for the wintertime, but hasn't been really cold here in Baltimore yet.
Me, I'm just styling.
Well, hey, that's going to be our thing, our signatures. We're going to have a hat week. How's about a hat week?
There you go.
All right, well, I'm going to let you let Sheldon in while I go grab me something to munch on since you've had crackers.
Mr. Sheldon, Mr. Cool Man. Oh, look at the hat. All right,
Sheldon, the man, the myth, the legend. Look at him. He's all lined up.
All right, look at that hat, Sheldon. You definitely be kicking them hats. He got the little feather in the side. Look at it. All right, Sheldon.
How you
We're gonna bring you up and let you have your moment. So we're all right. Here you go, Sheldon. It's all you.
All right. Well, this is day 6 of the quarantine. Starting to get a rhythm going as far as what it is I'm working on. So that
what are you doing,
so of just trying to decide and get the flow going.
Somebody said, Miss Johnson says she loves her hat, Sheldon.
most of the artists as well.
Miss Johnson says she
I
loves
got
you.
this late shift, so I'm not able to show you much of me going shopping or even cooking or eating for that matter. Hopefully at this time of night I'm done with all of that. But I do have a couple photos and stuff that'll be streamed up showing that. And
you sent them in?
As an artist, I believe there's a lot of different ways that you can do art, and I believe in putting at least a dash of creativity in everything that I do. So, I might be making some breakfast and have to put everything on the plate in a creative manner, or I won't say I'm, drawing or creating a bunch of art with my dishes as I'm cooking. But layout and everything is definitely important. And yes, I do enjoy my hats.
Sheldon, can you angle your camera?
I'm not
Sheldon?
sure if I had a hat on every day. So
Sheldon.
but
Sheldon?
this is another thing that I do. So it does have a feather amongst a few other things in there. So in the style that I'm creating is it's kind of a composition style. Is the way that I do art and draw and paint and do murals. It's kind of like a composition. So I have quite a variety of hat pins and brooches and feathers that symbolize a variety of things. Actually, as we talk about feathers in my hat, that's actually what I'm doing here. It's difficult to see.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I gotta get this lighting correct. But let's see. Nope.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see because of the light.
On that. So, as last time we were together, I created these frames of sorts, and what they ended up being is watch bezels. So, in the midst of this sandy, shimmery kind of rose gold and gray tones that I used here, I created some watch bezels and some timepieces. I'm definitely like the way different styles look when it comes to watches and timepieces. Time is one of those things that is always of the essence. And as we discuss wings, I'm placing some wings on the side of each timepiece because time flies. And that is to say that as this quarantine is already in day 6, time has definitely been flying. And I want to be able to be mindful of that and enjoy the time that I have with you all. And this will be one of those keepsake pieces that'll remind me of the time that we had together. So that's layer 1 on that one. And let's see. Can we get that there? Yes. And also, last time we were together, I had some of the base work that'll be drying in a few minutes. It's a little bit humid where I'm at, so it might take a second or two. And let's see, we're looking for the black. must have misplaced my black paint. So this is just a process. I got quite a few different things here. Try to have everything that I need. And in this case, I am lacking in blackness. I'm missing my black paint. Not blackness, but of course. There we go. It wasn't too far. It actually went further than I needed. Yes, yes. Here it goes. Ooh, I like this one. This is acrylic color by Sargent. Has a nice thick texture to it. And a bit of a gloss. That way it's not needed for refinishing. So yeah, I'm just enjoying this time to be able to create. It is a blessing to be able to have the time and create the time. It's something that is it's self-serving. It does serve a purpose to create. Put your focus, your attention into something that's constructive and building. There's so much else that we can focus on today, especially. I won't even give it justice to discuss, but everyone knows what today has brought with the country, and I want to look at the brighter side and share the brighter side as well. That where we may have some restrictions, we have a lot of privilege and a lot of resources. And I can only say that I'm thankful for that. As well as being able to reach out amongst those of you who are here with the night shift of the creative quarantine. Miss Louise, Mr. Larry Poncho, Mr. Brown, and them turning this over to me. Very much appreciated. You might see putting in a bit of a city scene here. It's commonplace for an artist to incorporate what they see, what they experience within their art. So as a inner city artist, you might not see much of meadows and green grass and valleys and hills, because that's just not where I'm coming from. So when I'm creating art, I'd like to show you a bit of where I'm coming from, and maybe as I venture out into the rural areas of my seniorhood or my older adulthood, I might take in more of that as a scenery and be able to share that with you. But in the meantime, this is where it's at, and I don't think I would have it any other way as well. I enjoy where I'm at. Love my city of Springfield. We have a few other Springfield artists as part of this quarantine as well. Shout outs to you, and hope everyone is well and enjoying their time and peaceful. In a day of no COVID, we would all be together, having a lock-in and a bunch of brainstorming sessions and sharing what we're doing, having a place smelling all like oil paints and aerosol. But we're doing this, what is it, together Together Apart, Together Alone, something like that. But I feel the company of you all there joining us. Thank you for coming. Keep doing that, showing support.
Can you hear me, Sheldon?
I can now.
Okay, I was like, what? Because I was trying to talk to you earlier. Was your sound down?
Nope, no, you were out for a minute, unless I was out. But
yeah, I think you were out for maybe we both were out because my sister, she said, I don't think he can hear you. You had several people loving your hat. I was trying to tell you, and one lady, she said, Sheldon is clean. Look at you. So yeah, I think somewhere the sound got disconnected. So
well, that's okay. This is something that happens.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting used to it. And like I was saying, it's great that we have the opportunity to be able to share, period. So things like that will happen. We can't let it get us down.
Is that the one that had the images on it? Yeah, I was trying to tell you to angle your camera down a little bit so we could see, because it was a little hard to see. But is that the one that had the images on it?
Yes. They were white yesterday, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's the lighting or not. That's causing a bit of the lack of being able to see.
Sometimes we just have to angle it a little differently because, the lighting will distort stuff.
All right, get that down, and then I will work on my tech.
Yeah, that looks like it's coming along really well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm enjoying that. So let me see if I can get you down a little bit, but not get you down. Get you up.
Okay, there it is. Okay, that's better.
Is it a little bit better with the light? So
oh yeah, you can see. Yeah.
Some of what was filled in.
Okay.
I was putting in the city scene in the back.
Oh, I see that. That's really pretty.
And what I really like about these is they're 3-dimensional pieces. So, you get to go all the way around and see. And then we have a little bit more of a deserty.
Right. It's got like an Egyptian feel to it.
Yes. And I think that's where my interest and love for not just people, but doing figures in motion comes from, because I've always been intrigued by Egyptian art, and they were always either posing or in some sort of motion or stance. And this is just something that I've paid attention to over the years.
And now you're going to do lamps along with those, or have you done the lamps already?
I've put the base coat. I have all the bases done with the same color scheme, and I'm not positive if I'm gonna end up doing something. It'll probably be just some light detail, on it, to bring it all together. But when you have something that's like this much on a lamp, shade, you don't want the base itself to clash unless it's a continuation of it. So, but like I said, I'm trying to just kind of free flow a bit and not overthink it, because that won't get us anywhere. Won't get me anywhere. Won't get any of this done. So, and I'm not sure if my sound was cut out before, but the other one that I was doing is
I was looking at that. Bring it closer to you, Sheldon. Bring it closer to you, because up towards the let me see. Now bring it let's see, can you bring it to your left a little bit? Like, bring it to your left a little bit that way. Yeah, you can see it better. Okay. Yeah.
I'm working on it. Well, we'll have to work it out. Maybe backstage, I can get some help on the direction and the clarity of it all. But
Okay.
yeah, as I was saying about this one that I was just showing is after the base of that, not the base, but the base coat that I put in there, I ended up putting in those frames. I turned them into kind of like watch bezels.
Okay.
So timepieces there, and we were talking about wings, and I decided to put wings on the time. So you know what that means. Time flies, like
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then as we were talking about you being in the mountain time.
Mountain time.
Yeah. So it was just kind of relevant, and I like to just pull from the things that are current.
Okay.
That come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here, it's got just like a woman posing. She's gonna have a crown on once I get the black complete, and then the younger person who has the city scene on her side got more like a kufi type of crown, as we would call it.
Welcome back. I know I was supposed to come. I know I was supposed to live earlier today. I got this big overhead light. I'm gonna move it so it's not in your face. I know. So I'm gonna move this back just a little bit. Hey, how's it going? I'm trying to get rid of some of.
Take some of this white and kind of splatter it a bit. Now, I know you won't be able to see these splashes I'm doing here, but a technique to create kind of a starry effect in the night. Now, Miss Louise, do we have a way to show these photos up close?
Yeah, you'll send you. Did you get the link that Pancho sent out? Pancho sent out a link, and you send everything to that. You send everything to that link, and then Pancho's going to upload everything, so that they can start showing them.
And that's like share space, I think it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Share something.
Yeah, it's shared. Yeah. And you load everything on that, even videos. Like if you're working during the day, do a time lapse video, and then he'll share the time lapse video too.
Yes.
Or if you're just sitting there talking about being artsy or whatever throughout your week, your day.
Yeah, I think that'll be. Actually, I ran out of room on my tablet here, so.
Yeah, you'll have to download some of it, because that's what most of us having to download some of them.
But this will be the first two pieces that will be that'll be finished. Be able to log those in.
Well, that's good. You got some things finished.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that it's it might be a slow start, but once the ball gets rolling, the momentum.
What you say? It was a slow start, but your ball got rolling, and now you.
Yes.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how where these are going, and just to see them on the lamps. I'm looking forward to seeing them on the lamps too. So, how many of the lampshades are you planning on doing?
got a few ideas, but probably about 6.
Oh, okay. Because I know you have some canvases too. You were showing that the other day. You're going to work on a few canvases as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, over the course, I'm not gonna say any particular numbers, but as I said, once the momentum picks up, there'll be quite a few canvases. That's what I mainly work with. I did just get a nice order in the other day, yesterday actually, of these sketch pads. And
well, have you did a video yet of you getting all your stuff?
Well, I didn't know what it was that was coming, so I mean, I guess I could have opened it up and it been a shirt or something that I might have ordered, but
well, put it all back in the box and do a video.
You can't say that out loud. But, like when you know what you're getting as a gift and somebody gives you a gift, you gotta act surprised. I don't know if I can do it like that.
You don't have to act surprised. Just put it back in the box and be like, "Oh, I saw this already. I just saw this." That's all. You do like a little replay.
Well, this is. Yeah, I mean, I will definitely show some of the pads, the brushes that I got. I'm working with different brushes that I've never worked with before either. So.
Oh, nice.
That's another interesting angle for me.
Yeah, see, all of that you could do like a short video, send it in.
Something I experimented with before, some colored hairspray.
Really?
Not for myself though. I don't think you want, this is not a good shade for me, is it?
I don't know. I've seen your hair. You've been hiding it from the rest of the world.
Well, I'm showcasing the hat. Yeah, right. Showcasing the hats right now.
I saw you when you was having your Wakanda moment.
Yeah, that might be soon coming.
Is it down the road a little bit? Closer to 30.
Yeah,
probably
yes.
29 over there by 20.
Well, I heard Pancho talking about having a hat day, but since I wear a hat all the time, the hat day might be the day that I try to be different.
You just be like, hey, I wear a hat all the time, so
don't wear a hat that day.
Right, I'm a no hat this day.
Nah, it sounds good in theory, but I wouldn't do that because I want to be part of this group.
Now, what is that you're using?
What's that?
What is that you were using?
This is some neon pink that I was just gonna dull down with the black a little bit to try to come up with this magenta, which kind of is like I could mix the neon with a little bit of the gray to create that like color matching.
Okay.
Oh, well, maybe. See, actually, I've got the iPad doing a time lapse.
Oh, nice.
As well, so I'm gonna go slowly because I know that speeds it up. Oh. And so we got double footage going here.
There you go. It's always nice to do it that way. Well, Sheldon, I think we're going to start closing out the day. It's always great to have you on, kind of closing out our end of our day. And I'm really looking forward to seeing those lampshades all finished and done, and looking to see what's coming up next. Those are really, I love the colors in there.
Yes, I definitely will be, like I said, going with the flow, keeping it up. All the stuff that is on the news right now. It's best to stay constructive.
I know. That's because I was looking at our numbers, and I know some of our numbers were affected by the insanity of the day. But, our thing is we're just going to keep it moving. We're going to keep doing what we do. We're going to keep loving on what we do and sharing what we do. So I really appreciate you coming through, Sheldon, and letting us see what you're working on, and looking forward to seeing all the other stuff that you're working on. And looking forward to see the shades. But like I said, send your time lapse, send all of those things to us so that we can get them up so people can see them up close and personal. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, Sheldon.
As we speak in real time.
There you go. All right, Sheldon.
You enjoy your evening while I enjoy the night.
Okay, you too. Well, thank you guys. We're looking for Poncho. He done ran off on me. And now he's all muted. Let me help him out. Let me help a brother out. There we go. Wait, let me help a brother out. Oh, can't help you out. You're going to have to do it.
That's right.
Whatever.
Some of us got to work, I'm trying to make some eyes, nose, and mouths out of a medium.
Whatever. We know.
How you feeling? How late are you working tonight?
Well, I slept a little bit, so I might be working for a little. I got a good night's sleep in.
Okay.
So you don't see me yawning today.
No, you actually holding up pretty good.
I didn't do any yawning. No, I got to get before the night's out. I had to send an inventory list to that art show in Kansas, because I haven't done that yet.
Okay. What art show in Kansas?
I'm doing a solo art show in Kansas that's dealing with the We Are Still Watching pieces. So
okay.
I just got the mirror. Don't tell them, but I just sent the mirror off today.
Hey, that's all right.
So
they're not watching what we're doing right now.
I hope not. But that was the one where I sent that big box off, and it'll go from January through February.
Okay.
That particular art show, and then I have another one that's going on.
All right. Well, we got one more presentation for the night. We might as well let it go.
All right, Poncho. You close out the evening, and I will see you after I finish all this work.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna put that other show up.
I try to get myself into this mindless space of creativity. When I say mindless space, it's like sometimes as a professional artist or as an artist, period, you overthink everything. And then you don't allow yourself the lessons that could be learned by just immersing yourself. So what I normally do is I try to, in intervals, do like an assembly line kind of a thing. I'm taking elements, I'm combining elements. I start with scrap paper that's laying around the studio that's been resized. I pick a size that I want to work. I go and take some acrylic medium, some textured papers, anything that hits my mind. I use a lot of acrylic medium to do textures and shapes. I use modeling paste, all that golden material. And I just take my palette knife out, real barbaric and gritty, just start gluing those things down. I use the acrylic medium as a glue. You can use Mod Podge or some of the other things for that, but I like acrylic medium since it's going to be done in acrylic. And I just start putting elements down. I've collected a lot of things like embossed papers, textures of like. Might have found a textures like a ribbon. It was real fine. I might cut that up. I got some snake skin looking paper. I might cut that up. I got textured paper that has a bunch of different embossed patterns on it that I use. And this new exploration I'm doing, I have a series of pieces that are kind of really different for me. They're really textural. I have come from like realism to stylized to this textured place. And so the works I've been doing the last 2 years have been an exploration of texture. Can you still tell a story? Can you still do a strong, powerful image with just textures? And so that's what I've been trying to do. And what I wanted to elaborate on in the quarantine is to really build up um, some new images that play on the whole texture thing. What I found is that it's mystical. Sometimes I'll put a pattern down and I'll paint it and I'll put a figure in it, and all of a sudden I've created this new world, this new space. So that can be a bit of a challenge trying to get myself into the right mindset. But what happens is once I go through this process, I line up about 10, 15 pieces of paper, start laying down the shape, start laying. And sometimes, just like what Deborah Shedrick said a couple of days ago, is that she sees images in things. Well, artists see images in things. So once I do these backgrounds, I have a scene that I can place images in or not in. I can decide to do an abstract if I decide to do an abstract. But this is the beginning stage of me trying to kind of get a flow. So you'll see me moving around. You'll see me, at this stage is real monotonous and it's non-thinking, even though we're gluing things down. It's not like I have to put a lot of thought into the elements that's going into this. So that's what this first stage is. These all usually start out with white paper, or you'll see sometimes I'll use some elements that are natural, like leaves and papyrus paper, and I've used nylon rope. I've used slices of different things that I think that would be very textural, that will look good, paint on top of. I can kind of envision what it will look like painted in my head because I've been doing it for a little bit. So that kind of helps me move things along. And then I'm already anxiously looking forward to the black stage. The black stage is when I take the glue's dry, the paper's set, and then I come back and I'll get some dense black gesso, big old brush, and I'll just go in and I'll start painting that white paper black. And what that does is it becomes very dense because the gesso is a jet black. You begin to see it's got a little slight gloss sheen to it, not a lot. That's what I love about it, is that it's flat enough to draw on top of, but enough of a sheen that if I'm doing something with texture, I can actually see the texture. And so the black part is kind of me beginning to see what the capabilities of that particular piece might be. It's a process. And so this is the beginning part of that process. Now, once I warm up with this long enough, I will sometimes transfer that to another medium. I might use a plate or a canvas. I like working on circle canvases, wood panels. I've even done the same texturing technique on masks that I had created. And so, this is a kind of a warm up and a momentum trail for what's next. So here we go. I am now on the black section. I am now, the pieces have set, they're dry. At this stage, it's kind of sometimes hard to read what the details are because, I'm trying to work texturally, but I actually am only painting the highest point, and the lowest point becomes the texture with this particular technique. So it's at this point, it's kind of hard to read without really feeling it. Even when you feel it, you can't see some of the details. But once I start doing the black, it really makes me able to see the depth and the high points of what's been created. And so this stage is kind of cool. It's a mindless stage. It doesn't require any layout, any, hey, I'm gonna stick this here, I'm gonna stick this there. At this point, it's just me trying to make sure that that black gesso is covered in a way that my low points don't have a buildup of paint. So if you can imagine a crack and you're painting that surface and the paint drops into that crack. Well, that's kind of what's happening with these pieces. The deeper the cracks are, or the indentations in the paper, that becomes the detail that you see in these patterns when I start doing these paintings. So the black stage is a very crucial stage. I'm like Sean, I work on black. A lot of artists work on black. The coverage is on black is easier. The colors bounce off quite a bit on black in a way that they don't do when they are on white. When you do two paintings on white paper and black paper, they both have a different richness, a different vibrancy. And so that's why I like using a black base on. I would say the majority of my pieces, most of the time, my pieces start black unless it's a watercolor piece or intentionally started a different color. But this stage is therapeutic for me because I get to do, whatever amount of pieces I prepped. In this case, I probably did about 11 of them, and watch them dry, lay them out. That stage takes a little bit more time. The black stage is kind of quick. You just go through, hit it with the brush, let it set, go back to it again with a brush, and try to get that paint out of those low points as much as you can. And the more paint you get out of the low points, the more detail you're going to pick up in the final piece. So this part is cool, but yeah, this can be a very monotonous stage too. But this is a really good midway point for me, or beginning point to sit down and create some images, because I'll have a whole new environment and these textures. When you do a piece like this, you can't do to it all, like, because the textures, depending on what you use, they just you'll never get the same thing twice. I kind of like things that give you a result where you couldn't do it, you couldn't replicate it if you wanted to. Yes. So I'm going to work through all of these, and then I'll give you a kind of a view of what it looks like when the pieces have all set up and are ready to go. As you can see here, the pieces are dry. They got really nice texture on them. I can start looking into whether I'm going to apply more paper on top of it, or more items on top of them, or whether I'm going to just build into the image as it is. And so I got two different directions I can go with this. But at this stage, you can really clearly see the textures and the patterns, and that's a beginning point for me creatively, because here I put these things down. They either going to become part of a foreground or they're going to become part of a background, but I can still see directions. I also can see sometimes shapes that show up that look interesting, and so I'll play off of those forms. I might look at a piece and see a figure in it, and then I can block that figure out and just go right into whatever I see, or I can just take an item and paste into it and have a controlled environment. So these black pieces really give me the roadmap. And then when I get to the next stage, which is like a base coat, the base coat is when I go in and just go over the top portion of these textures and see
what I'm pulling out.